Right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being on time. We start sharp at 8:30 as planned. So here we are here for the AIRE or research workshop on generative AI. So we started the workshop yesterday. We had about 80 plus participants yesterday, and we today have a full house, 100 on both sides, more here, and happy to have you all here at the research one. And before we start, I'll just do a quick, there are a few who are new here today compared to yesterday. So I'll do a quick intro on what we are doing. My name is Roshan Ragal. These days I'm leading the Learn team, Lanka Research and Education Network. And in addition to providing the network connectivity to all universities and research and education institutions, we have altogether 60 of them with us. In addition to that, we are also providing a lot of other things, starting from applications like video conferencing solutions, various other applications. And we are also doing capacity development or training. So here, this is a training session, one like that. So usually we do training on the engineers who are in the university system. They are training technical engineering network training. But recent times, for the last 4 or 5 years, we also doing training for academics and educators, researchers. So the target is to do digital transformation or use technology for education. So we started such training in 2017 or 18 with things like how you can use video conferencing solutions like Zoom for teaching learning. So that is what we started. And over time, we have done other trainings. For example, last year, we had done trainings on learning management systems, how they can be used, and physical training on those face-to-face and also online. So this year, we are starting a new avenue, adventure, I would say, on generative AI. As you know, generative AI is taking place, the discussion is taking place all over the place. And education, we believe, is the first place where it should happen properly so that we can educate and make awareness to everyone. So this training is the 4-day training we have is for generative AI on various aspects. Research is where you are. We also have 2 sessions on academic writing. We had one yesterday, another one coming up. We have one on learning design. And we have one on leadership. And we also have training for teachers. So this time we are also including some school teachers and those who are training school teachers from institutions like National Institute of Education. So they are here for targeting schools. And we also have one specifically designed for health professionals, where we are expecting to train health professionals, academics who are health professionals, and also those from the health ministry. So that's the overall plan. This is for the 4 days. And then the 5th day, we have more experience sharing session where our academics come and talk about how they are using generative AI up to now in their education and research work. That is for Friday. Friday, we also have awareness session for students and for all. The awareness session we are doing is done through a debate competition. So we have already done a couple of online research debate competitions among universities. So it's basically an inter-university debate competition. And the final debate competition, we have made it a competition so that it's fun and at the same time learning. So that is happening on Friday with the conference in the same venue. So I invite all of you, if you can spare time, to come to the Friday session, which is we are expecting more participants. So for the workshop, we targeted 100, so 50-50, and today it's 60-40, more here. But for the conference, we are expecting more. We can accommodate up to 150 or 200. So that, in fact, like we are bringing, like I said, school children, a few, and university students and so on. So that's the overall plan for this. And I should be thankful to the APU or Asia Pacific University team who are here with us for this program. And we have for today's session here, we have Dr. Vaikunthan and Fahd Raza. So they both are from affiliated to APU. At the same time, Dr. Vaikunthan, who is the lead for this session, is also a hand surgeon. He will tell more about himself. Okay, it's already there. And he's working mainly in Singapore at a hospital. But at the same time, he's an instruction designer and also a trainer, well-versed with Gen AI using his experience. So we'll, without further ado, let me invite Dr. Vaikunthan to start the session.
Good morning. I'm now lost time. I see some familiar faces. Are we yesterday's course or today's course? They didn't have enough of me. I thought they'll be fed up. They will not come again after a whole day listening to me. But anyway, first of all, I want to thank again for those who are new, who didn't come yesterday. Roshan. So the biggest mistake Roshan made was last November, we were in Bangkok at a UNESCO roundtable to talk about generative AI in education. He sat down for lunch with me. And today his life has been ruined. So we started talking and we got organized this. So this is a fruition of something that we did. I'm really grateful to Learn. I don't know about Learn. He mentioned it. And then we met in Singapore. He happened to be there for a conference and we talked about how to do this. And he has put this together. And I think this is amazing 5 days of stuff that he has arranged. Just a little bit before we start, I have to say a few things. I was born in Sri Lanka. So that tells you why I get very angry when Sri Lanka is not moving when it should be moving. The president of Singapore, where I currently practice, is a Sri Lankan, right? A lot of things to be proud about. Singapore is a great nation. So I think Learn, whether they like it or not, they just got themselves into big trouble. They are going to be the change agent for the future of Sri Lanka. Few basic philosophy, I must tell you. You cannot change things that you have no power, correct? You cannot change the government. You cannot change the economic situation in Sri Lanka. The only thing you can change is your mind. Today, your mind is going to be changed because you're meeting real intelligence, that is you, is going to meet artificial intelligence. You have met it sometime before, but today let's see how we can capitalize on it. We want you all to be the agents of change wherever you are. The solution to Sri Lanka's problem, I'm not going to go through it, lies in one thing, it lies in education. That's what my personal belief is. And if you go and read about all the academic literature, that is the solution. So AI is there to empower this. And so I hope you will take this pretty seriously, make it your passion. I'm not showing some of the slides that we did yesterday, but I will say it. Where's the clicker? Yeah. I must give a disclaimer. Firstly, I am grateful for Learn to pay for our trip here, we are very grateful for that. So I need to acknowledge that. Number two, I want to claim I got no knowledge on AI. I'm running a workshop on AI, but I don't know what AI is. I mean, how it works, algorithm, coding. I have zero coding knowledge. The only code I know is my bank code. I'm not sharing with you, okay? So I am zero code, no knowledge on technology, computers. I know how to start a computer. I know how to open a file. That's about it. So people as stupid as me can use AI. That's good enough. So you can also use AI. The other thing I want to say is what you're going to learn today is life-changing. So I'm not bragging, but it is life-changing if you listen and practice what I tell you today, the result of which, a warning, can make you so productive and efficient that you will be addicted to this tool. Any negative outcomes from that, if your spouse leaves you, I'm not responsible. Because my wife has said she cannot compete with my mistress, which is Mrs. Chatterjee, ChatGPT. I spend more time with her than, or him, than my wife. But it is a cognitive neuroscience principle that the result of making your life easy to do something that is meaningful, that means you're doing something meaningful with AI, becomes so addictive because of a chemical called endorphin. So endorphin is a chemical released when you have done something great, like marathon runners, when they run. One day they don't run, they are like that. They are withdrawals, because they are producing morphine. They are addicted to morphine. And that's how I am addicted to generative AI. I spend 3.5 average hours a day on it, weekends between 8 to 10 hours. And the addiction is because I'm creating stuff that is useful. It's just a preamble to the workshop. Number two is the only purpose of living on the planet Earth is one, to learn. So a nice acronym, our partners is called LEARN. If you're not learning, you should die because you're a waste of space consuming oxygen on the planet Earth. But all animals are learning continuously. We put our hand in hot water, it's hot, yes, learning. So it can be formal learning, informal learning. Today, you're doing some formal learning. So you are learning, that's great. If you learn and don't do anything about it, you're a selfish person. And a selfish person, again, is a waste of time, should not be on the planet Earth. That's why I'm not a leader, because 40% of the country will be executed because they are not learning and they are not creating. So you must learn and you must create. So today, coming for, what workshop is this? Research. Okay, yesterday was academic writing. So today you want to do research. You're going to create new knowledge. So these are the two things you must do, and generative AI is going to be a friend to help you do that. That's my speech. That's enough of nonsense that I'm talking. But why is not moving, boys? Not moving. Yeah, just a bit about. So I am a hand surgeon working in Singapore. I used to work in Malaysia. Then I went to the UK. Now I retired from the NHS in the UK and I came to Singapore. I've been there for 13 years. Technology has been my passion. And I met our UNESCO Chair partner who was my professor in instructional design. I did a master's in instructional design and technology to enhance my teaching practice. And then she became the UNESCO Chair for Innovative Learning Design at the Asia Pacific University. So I'm the senior partner to that position. And so we together have taken the role of using generative AI to help learners and teachers empower their learning and teaching practice. So we created a few modules. Let's see if we can get this. Shall we pull it out and put it back in? Maybe it'll work. Is it okay? No. Oh. Frozen. I'm sharing the whole screen. Does it work there? No. So we have this AIDE, we call ourselves, using artificial intelligence to innovative digital education. So we incorporate, so we have a few sets of module. We have been training people over 13 countries, including Sri Lanka now, over the last almost just coming to a year. And we have trained over 3,300 people. I have my issues with UNESCO. I'm not employed by them. They don't give us any money. All these are run by locals who pay for all this. I heard none of you paid any money to come for this. In Singapore, I ran a similar one on the 14th of February. They charge 1,000 US per participant to attend this. So this is, Learn has sponsored you a lot of value for the, I hope you appreciate it. a lot of people are talking about policy, governance, ethics on generative AI. They still haven't decided. I hear some university in Sri Lanka is banning generative AI. They have no foresight. When I was small, my father didn't buy TV. He said, TV will ruin you. But later he had to succumb to TV. Generative AI is like toothpaste. It's come out of the toothpaste. You cannot put the toothpaste back in. Once the toothpaste is out, that's it. Whether the universities like it or not, everybody is going to use generative AI. Your students are going to lose, and you better know how to use because they are going to use it. Instead of being frightened by it, you have to embrace technology and use it to make yourself better. So this is what this is going to do. Shall we shut down and restart again? Because I really need to move on because yeah, so you close it and open it again. Go back to PowerPoint and see. I think it's a clash with the Zoom. I think so. Let's see. That's right. I think it works manually. The click doesn't work. Oh, it works. Okay. Yeah, so that's the group we are. So if you could just take a shot of this, put your name, your where you from, what are your expectations for today? I need so that we meet your expectations, so that you give me good marks, so that Roshan will call me here again. This workshop is very much, oh yeah, I forgot, I don't know whether we didn't write a letter to you yesterday. A hands-on activity. There are only about 30 to 40% I'll be talking. My name is Vaikunthan. The Tamil Vai means mouth. You ask me to talk, I can talk the whole day. So be dangerous. You must stop me from talking. You have to do work. So while I'm talking now, we're going to not have too many coffee breaks and all the sweets. You don't need sweets. You're already a lot of overweight. Please stop eating sweets. Black coffee, come back, sit here and do work. Lunch also will cut short. Because at 4 o'clock today, you must have finished writing a research proposal, plus or minus a protocol to do research. If you fail to do that, you cannot go home. The doors will be locked until you finish it, then only you can go home. You'll be held prisoner here. So it's a very much your workshop. Why is it slow to react? Or? Where am I? Go back to the slide. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So these are some of the products that we have done. We have submitted this for publication. It's not been accepted yet. We're in the kind of forefront of doing research. So we've created a framework for how, sorry, where is it gone? Can I go forward, please? I have a feeling the battery here may be gone. When I move away, it doesn't work. Yeah. Can I go to this slide? This one, number 4. Oh, yeah. It's here, but it's not coming there. Oh, you have to go to presentation view. No, go to presentation view, not going. Oh, shit. Can you take off Zoom on that? No, just close it now. Leave. Sorry, apologies. So we worked on a framework for generative AI competency among teachers and students. We've also worked on the ethical framework. UNESCO and the Western people have their own ethics. Apart from being a surgeon, an educator, and instructional designer, I'm also an ethicist. I am on the Hospital Ethics Board in Singapore, plus also on the Committee for Ethics to advise the Minister of Health on bioethics in the whole country of Singapore. So ethics in Asia is different from ethics in the West. So we are now working, we have worked on a framework for ethics in Singapore, in Asia, and we are also waiting to validate that. I tell you what, let's unplug and plug it back. No? Why is it not coming? Is it an extended display? Yeah. Try this. Yeah, maybe just share that on me. Why don't you go to the display setting? Shall we start all over again? Restart. Let's restart the computer. That's probably the best way. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see whether. Yeah, I think we'll restart the whole thing and see. Probably does.
This is the second screen, no? Extended, no?
Yeah, is that the reason?
No, I'm now blank.
Yeah, that's why. Why is it? Is it just because of the? Let me close everything versus see. That's the best way, isn't it? Okay, let's. It's hanging and something is not right. It's hanging. Okay, let's. Display settings.
Extend.
Extend or duplicate?
Duplicate. Oh, okay.
Is it okay?
It will be okay.
See whether this works or not.
Yeah, no,
All right.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah?
So now
The one.
Yeah.
Take the video from that. The Zoom interacts with Windows and yeah, it doesn't work. So we have drafted before he. Okay. We have drafted a new ethics. So what's the difference between Asian value systems and Western value system? So Western value system, because philosophically, a lot of our bioethics is based on Western value systems where ethics is based on 4 frameworks: autonomy, that means the patient's rights and patient confidentiality and autonomy. Then there is doing good, what is good for the individual, not patients, just any person, what's good. What is harm, do no harm, do good, do no harm. And the last one is social justice, that social justice. So in the Western philosophy, personal freedom overrides everything else. That's why they didn't do well in COVID. In Asian philosophy, that social justice, social environment overrides personal. So the family and the community is more important than self. They don't understand that. So that's why we need a separate framework. So on the grounds of this, we are running a ASEAN summit for ministers of education and educational stakeholders in the whole ASEAN region in May to understand and learn the challenges and concerns of people on the ground with teaching so as we can design solutions that are applicable to ASEAN. And we have co-opted Learn from Sri Lanka. So we have invited them to come also. It's going to be a very interesting workshop to design things for us. So our ethics is different from Western ethics. We cannot always follow white men. I shouldn't use the word white man. I sound racist, but I am racist. But because we have our own culture and civilization. So we're saying that maybe Sri Lanka needs to have its own governance system. Sri Lanka needs its own generative framework. What is the curriculum that you want to introduce to the learners in Sri Lanka? You cannot just cut and paste from us. So Singapore is very, very advanced, but we cannot use that for others. So Malaysia has got its own things. Indonesia has got its own sort of problems. So they're going to incorporate, Malaysia, I've helped with their governance framework. I work with the Ministry of Science, and they've included Islamic values. Madani has been included as part of the framework. So these are important. So this is our AIDE team, and there's this handsome young man and actor from Kandy. So he's part of our team, so he has no choice. And these are the products that we have created. So you are doing this, and this in these 4 days here. So yesterday we did AI for academic writing, and we did AI for learning design for teachers. So that I think these two will be repeated. Then we have the others. So tomorrow we're doing for healthcare professionals. I'll do that. So today you're here for this one, research, AI for research. How do you use AI to help you in your research pathway? Okay. So this is the meeting I talk about. So this, if you can scan this, I want you to put everything that you have created today, all your resources and all the great, wonderful ideas for research up here. So then we can have a look at it. Sharing is caring. If you find a good, nice kotu somewhere, please share that others can go and eat that place, all right? So don't keep it to yourself. Sharing is caring. But if you got COVID, please don't share the COVID. That's not caring, okay? So the resource for this, so for all of our products, we have an online resource. So this resource is a RISE platform. RISE is a learning object authoring programs, SCORM compliant. Don't worry about that. It helps you create lessons in minutes that are very sexy, very engaging without knowing coding. So I do a lot of stuff with zero coding. So this is a online module where this whole workshop is there that you can carry on. Later I'll give you a chatbot, an online chatbot to help you with your research. You can ask it questions. This online module is healthcare bias, but you can modify it any way you want. So today's learning outcome. So at the end of today, if you don't achieve this, you cannot go home. I cannot go home, you cannot go home. So make sure, please achieve this. You get an integrated research methodology and design proficiency. You're going to be able, we ran this was on the 20th of January in Kuala Lumpur. We had 110 participants. Some of you from Sri Lanka came in virtually. All of them at 5 o'clock had produced a research proposal. I'm confident that all of you will have a research proposal by 5 o'clock. Otherwise, you're not going home. So you're going to use AI to achieve all this. We won't go through all that. It's just to get permission. So this is kind of a busy day we're going to have, the first part of the morning. By 10 o'clock, you're going to be hands-on. In another hour, you'll be hands-on starting to do. For those who were here yesterday, which is the majority of you all, it's a little bit of a refresher. I'm using some same slides again. I apologize, but it's okay. You know, repetition is a good way of learning. So we will go into research, the importance of the research question. If you have no destination, where are you going? You are going to Mulladevu. If you don't know where you're going, you simply cannot go north. At least I know I'm going to Mulladevu. This road is around. I'll go this way and I'll reach Mulladevu. That's the research question. So we start with the problem. There are all kinds of research you can do. And I always say you can do research on the third hair of the fourth leg of the mosquito. What bearing does it have? I don't know. Maybe there is a bearing. So you almost must do research that is meaningful. So in research methodology, you call that action research. So all research starts with a problem. Problems are important. Without a problem, you cannot produce solution. Now, is the beautiful thing about collaboration is there are a lot of people who do technology here who have solutions, but they don't have problems. I have no solution. I have a lot of problems. So I am a scavenger and a forager of problem. I like people with problems to come to me because it pushes me to find solution. So all of us are practitioners. I hope you're all practitioners. Nobody is sitting in the house doing nothing. We are all practitioners, whatever it is. So most of us are teachers. We are teaching in our area of interest, or we are professionals in our area of interest. We have problem. We are on the ground. We are not, I hate to say this, got a lot of academics here. Some academics living in ivory towers have no reality testing. They're living there on their own. But they need to go and find people because they are not on the ground. They are high up in the mountains of Kandy and they don't know what's happening to the people. So you have to go to the people and then understand the problem. So having a problem, can I ask somebody, how do you define a problem? Do you have a problem? I'm sure you have. We all have problems. So what's your definition of a problem? Can I have the chart here, please? Flip chart here so that the camera can, because we are recording this for, yeah. What do you think a problem is? So is a problem need to get a solution? Okay. What is your idea of a problem? Well, it's very important because it's a fundamental for research. You must know what a problem is. PhD students spend 1 year finding a problem. But practitioners, I am fast tracking a lot of PhD students to get their PhD within 2 years, within 18 months, because they already have the problem. Because they are in the problem. They are the problem in the society where they're doing. So they're looking for solutions. So yeah. What is your... So you're saying solution, but yeah, I mean, that problem opposite is solution, but what is the problem? What is the problem? Just think of a problem that you have. Okay, can you... So problem identification is one of the biggest. Once you identify the problem, the solution is in the problem. I say it again. Once you identify the problem, the solution is in the problem. Okay? Give me a problem, not personal problem, some problem you're facing. Yeah, what do you do, by the way? You teach. What subject do you teach? English, okay, yeah. So what's the problem you face every day in your students? Good. That's a beautiful problem. Okay, so let's see what the problem is. So this is how you problem identify. People run workshops, charge you thousands of dollars on identifying problems. That's what management consultant is. So can you just say what you said again, please? Lack of exposure to the language. Then what do you want? What are you achieving? What do you want to achieve? So what do you want out of them? You want them to, so this comes back to learning outcomes, you know, in teaching. So what do you want them to be? To be proficient in the language. What's the solution? Just tell me, what's the solution? Looking at that. That's the problem, right? Exposure. So wonderful. But now we need to prove it. At the moment, it's just hearsay. Is a hearsay got meaning or not? First question I go, who are you? Are you a train driver? Are you a Uber driver? But she is an expert. So this is called level 5 evidence. So she has evidence as an expert. She has, I don't know, she must be what, 2 years teaching? Young girl like you. How old are you? How many years have you been teaching? So 15 years of teaching. She must have started at 10 years old. So 15 years of teaching, by definition, is an expert. So definition for expert in research is somebody who has more than 5 years of practice, independent practice in that subject matter. So she is an expert. But that's not strong enough. That's not a strong enough evidence, but we can use it for certain kind of research. So problem identification, the problem is very important. It is in a way mathematical, for engineers all, it's very important. So the problem is, it can be an engineering problem, it can be any problem, is you have a state. This is the ideal state. I spent a little bit time on this, I think it's very important before we go to it. And the current state. You want to reach that state. So all of us got no money. I'm always broke. My wife tells me, because then she doesn't buy any jewelry because I got no money. So when you say no money, is that a problem? So that you're not really identifying the problem. So you ask them, why do you have no money? So there are only two ways. So if you're looking at, this is like for business, those who are doing MBA and all that, the problem is very simple. So there are only two ways that you can have net money: income, expenditure. If your income is less than your expenditure, you are in debt. If your income is more than your expenditure, you have excess, you can save, right? Management consultants do this and charge you millions of dollars for your company. So income is based on how much you earn. So identifying, so you want to have plus $1,000 extra every month, but you are getting minus $300 every month. So you need to push it up. Once you identify that, then you got to say, why am I in this? It's because I'm spending more than my income. Look at my expenditure list. What can I cancel? Why are you going to Starbucks for coffee? Cut that. How much we found out? Starbucks is 1,000 rupees, 1 cup. Because you need, how many thousand rupees we need for ChatGPT? 7,000. So 7 Starbucks coffee you don't need have a month. You'll have that 7,000 extra rupees to pay for ChatGPT, which is going to make your life miserable. So that's how you do problem solving and problem. So you are important people. You are in the problem, and sometimes you are the problem, right? We are the problem. It's okay. My wife says I'm the problem in the marriage, but it's okay. So you can, because you are in the situation, you can find a problem. The other way you can find problems is in the literature review. You have to read thousands of paper to find a problem, but we will, by this afternoon, find ways of looking for the problem without reading the paper. Nice, isn't it? Some of you know the secret already. And from which you get the gap. So whenever you look in the literature, you always look for gaps in the literature. So what is the gap? We know this, we know this, we know this. This we don't know. What we don't know is an excellent opportunity for you to do research. Everybody should do research. Even simple people do research. If you don't do research, you get into problems. I tell you a story. This morning we were over breakfast. My colleagues and I, we were talking. There was an Italian guy who was a big farmer in Italy, went to Tanzania or some African country, decided to grow tomatoes, want to make big money. The weather was beautiful. It was just nice, and pomodoros, the big, red, beautiful tomatoes. He does it, the tomatoes are growing, he's happy, he's scolding his African workers. He's stupid fellas, you're stupid, you're lazy. Why don't you grow? Look at these tomatoes, they're beautiful. We will harvest in a few months and we'll be millionaires. So the workers just come, give me my salary, I'll go home. Then the rainy season came. He woke up in the morning, the whole tomato farm was trampled. Guess what happened? The hippopotamus came out of the water during the rainy season. And there's nothing, the hippopotamus just trampled the whole. Then he came and he asked the guy, says, yeah, we know, sir, that's why we don't do agriculture. You cannot put fence on a hippopotamus. Well, what are the biggest creatures that can really ram you? They're worse than elephants. So he did a business without doing research. Wasted all, I had done it. We were doing smart wearables to monitor retirees for a kindergarten for retired people. I set up a home for 1 year, spent money, not a single patient came into my facility. I lost a lot of money. Then my son told me, read this book, The Lean Startup. It's a good book to read. I suggest those who are entrepreneurs, The Lean Startup. And there they say you must have a hypothesis, a research hypothesis before you start business. I created a solution when nobody wanted the solution. Why create a solution? That's why some of you people have solutions. Please find problems. Find people who have problems. Say, hey, bro, I got the solution for you. You come to me because you don't have the problem. So very important. Need to move on. So this is how, can we get rid of that? Your screen sharing, can you move it away? Anyway, doesn't matter. So you have a particular topic, which I hope today, one of the things we were supposed to write to you yesterday was to come today with an idea of or a problem or a question that you could use. So this is how you would distill from a topic. You define the term. So if your area of interest, let's take you, for example, I'm not picking on you, but since you mentioned English. So your problem is Sri Lankan, 15 years old, cannot speak proficient English. It's a nice problem statement. So it's contextualized, Sri Lanka, 15-year-olds proficient. So for each, you have to define what it is. What do you mean by proficiency? So proficiency can be, what's that, TFL, what's that thing, level 7, you need to be to go enter UK universities, English language proficiency, there's a standards, isn't it? Huh? IELS, yeah, English language, a second language. So you have to have measurements. So in research, there must be SMART definition. You know what, isn't it? SMART stands for. Everybody knows? I don't need to go specific, measurable. So it has some metrics that you can measure that at the end, these fellows were 20%, now they are 80%. So your intervention works. So that's part of research. So once you have the terms in your question or in your problem, so research question, research problem, or hypothesis, if you have those terms, you look through the literature, you do a literature review to understand the current state all over the world, right? So this is what's happening in America, this is what's happening in England, blah, blah, blah. In that, you want to crystallize two things. This is what is known. We know that if they go to a standardized course in English language, spoken language, after 6 months, they can achieve IELTS 6 or whatever standards. So that is known. Then you ask, what is not known? Nobody has done the study in Sri Lanka. So that becomes a gap. So from the question, we have a research gap. That gives you your opportunity, I need to do research to fill that gap. Make sense? So we need to look for the gap, because when you write the paper, so this is just doing the research. So people do research for just publishing paper. People do research for a thesis, for their master's or a PhD. Each are different, right? Kotu for the worker, charge 100 rupees, is just put the kotu on some banana leaf and give. Kotu for the white man from America with $1 million, you put it on a nice silver tray with gold lining and charge 100,000 rupees for that. So the packaging is different. So for the PhD, you write it differently. For an academic paper, you write it differently. And for a master's thesis, you write it differently. So you find the gap from your research, and then you crystallize the problem to your context. So that you start out with a broad problem, and then like immediately 15-year-old students in Sri Lanka, competency, English language. Then in the depth, you have to define what competency is. Ability to speak comfortably, confidently. So learning outcome must have an adverb and an adjective and a noun. Well, you do that in learning, right? So who is the person is the noun. That means a 15-year-old Sri Lankan boy. What's the adjective? Very confidently. What is the outcome? That means the verb, speak. So verb, I have got no grammar. I don't know grammar. I bluff. My English is, don't know what an adjective. Only recently I found out what an adjective is. So for me, a verb means can do ing. Any word that cannot put ing is not a verb, correct? Is that a verb, right? That means you can put ing, means it's something you do. So that's why learning outcomes change from before, goals and objectives of teaching. There's something that they may be able to do at the end of their learning anyway. So you find the gap, and then you do your literature review. So all this will go into the introduction with the paper. If you're doing a thesis, this is chapter 2. So chapter 1 starts with the problem. Chapter 2 goes to the literature review, right? So this is for those writing theses. One of the things that if you're writing, not so much in paper writing, but when you're writing a thesis, there must be a theoretical basis. All of this generative AI is going to help you. I'm just going through these basic foundations of research. What is the theory that your research is based? So there must be a theory for improving somebody's conversational language. Maybe it is exposure. So the experiential learning, I don't know, you have to check it out. So there must be a theoretical basis from which your research is going to be based on, okay? Sorry, what was that? So I hope by now you understand why the research question is important. The research question is what is going to do. So without that research question, you cannot move on to the next phase. So it is going to guide you. It's only the question that will tell you how to go about getting that data, okay? So remember this slide. So it defines, and it also takes you to the end. Always start with the questions. Only then you can have the solution and you can have the implications. We'll get a little bit more as we go along. So the research question can be just exploring what are the feelings, what are the perceptions. So that question, so if I ask you, what are the perceptions of 15-year-old, we take this problem. I'm going to go back to this 15-year-old Sri Lankan who can't speak English. Yesterday, I told the guy in the hotel to clean the room. It wasn't done. But this morning I went there. So, why? Because he didn't understand English. So, you know, he just nodded. He's very polite. Yes, sir. But he didn't understand. So you cannot get angry with him. Because you're getting angry with him because you perceive that he understood English. Because you're so stupid, I can't speak Singlish. Right? I can speak Tamil, but he obviously didn't know. So it can be just to find a descriptive, what is the perceptions of 15 years old about English? The reason is, the single most important item in teaching is motivation. If the kid is not motivated, why should he want to learn? So for him, why should I learn English? Oh, everything is English, the movie is English, I can survive, so I don't need it. But the student is going to the UK to do his bachelor's degree. He needs to know because he's motivated. He cannot survive in England without knowing English. So it can be you can interpret from your research why. So if you start asking, he says, he has no need to study English. But then you may have to go back and say, are you doing well? No, I'm just earning enough, no savings, I can't get married because I have no money. Then tell him, look, maybe if you study the English, you can do some engineering technician course and you can set up your own computer repair shop and you can earn 10,000 rupees a day. That can then change his motivation. So that's an interpretive. And then the critical. Critical research is very important. Why is a university banning? Yesterday I heard from somebody, one university has banned generative AI. You can cry and say, oh, bastards, how can this, blah, blah. But let's do something about it. Let's do a research. What is the stakeholder engagement? We can ask, what are the stakeholders' needs? Why are their concerns? They are saying, oh, their concern is plagiarism. Okay, if plagiarism is a concern, what if I take away plagiarism? Would you? Yes. Then you show them how plagiarism can be addressed for generative AI. Are you getting the point? How research is going to be meaningful for you? Because that generative AI, that university is going to run into a lot of trouble, I can tell you today, by banning generative AI. You think the students care if you ban generative AI? You think the teachers care if you ban? They're going to use it. The students are going to use it. So why are you banning? That's stupidity. Okay, I should better be careful. The vice chancellor may be here and I'll be in trouble. So when you craft your question, so when I say question, it can be a hypothesis, you know, so it doesn't matter. I'm trying to keep it more generic because there are some scientists around. So scientists actually research quite easy. So just put a hypothesis, HO, H1, you're done, you know. But for others, sometimes it's quite difficult. You must have clarity, focus, feasibility, and it has to be open-endedness. You ever watch some of these CNN news? You see how journalists are actually researchers. They're qualitative researchers. They go around asking the opinion. Prime Minister, what do you think of this? You know, what are your views? That is a good research question. Or you ask the Prime Minister, why are you putting people in jail? Why are you so mean and cruel and you're a dictator? That's not a question. That's a judgment. So when you are a researcher, please don't have biases. Open-mindedness, very, very important. So clarity, focus, and feasibility. Don't do research you cannot complete. To understand where I better be careful what I say. I'll give you an example. I had a professor of anatomy when I was a first year medical student, which was about 5 years ago. She, as a professor of anatomy, her research, her PhD, was on the neuromuscular endings of the slow lorry. Slow lorry is an animal that moves real slow motion. Endangered species in Malaysia. This was in Malaysia. I did my medical school in Malaysia. She could never find enough specimen, never did a PhD. Why choose a topic you cannot get data on? So you must make sure it's feasible that you will be able to get the data. So stick to your area. Every day you got students. So those who are teachers, how many of you are teachers? Just put up your hand. Who do teaching? One we are in faculty, academia. Okay, so quite a lot of you. So we just try and keep to that area. Every day you teach students. Every day you have faculty members who are sitting in the faculty room complaining, stupid fellas, administrators are mad buggers asking us to do this and all that. Mad, huh? Okay, let's do a research on that. So you're getting opportunity to do research, which by the end of the day you will find great. So how do you refine your research? Fahd, you must tell me at 10 o'clock, we are having break time, right? What time is tea? Can you just check? Yes, thank you. Because I can go on talking. Please stop me. Please feel free to stop. This is your workshop, not mine. Questions, queries, comment. You think I'm stupid, just tell me. All right, then we carry on. No, it's okay. I'm not that clever anyway. So you can then look at the literature to refine a question. So as you're reading, say, fine. Sometimes I find literature, I'm lazy fella. By now, you should know I'm the laziest fella in the town. So I find shortcut for everything. Why bother reading somebody's paper when the burger is next door in your room? He's the authority on the subject matter. Say, hey, macha, dai, what la this? This question good enough. Hey, stupid burger, cheat like this. Thank you, boss. You sort of revise the question. Make use of expert. I have to know today, I've been in practice for 45 years, though I only passed medical school 5 years ago. 45 years I've been in practice. I've visited top-notch surgeons. I've seen them and gone to the offices and gone to the operating theater and learned from them. Nobody till today has ever said no to me. If somebody of your ex-student or somebody comes and can I come and see you how you teach? I heard you're a very good teacher. Would you say no? Very unlikely. The only reason you would say no is the immigration, no employment, no pass, no visa. That's outside your control. So most people will help you. So write to those great authors. They've got an email at the end of the literature. Write to them and say, look, this is my question. Can you help me? I've not found anybody who doesn't. So here, experts always pilot test the question also. So I've got from my colleagues, we've done, even me myself, I've done the thing and then realized the question was not well crafted. Already collected data, but you can't do anything about it. But in the writing, you try to clean it up. So better to clean it up before you collect data, right? So do talk, do collaborate. A warning, which I haven't told you yet. All of you have to register your research by 5 o'clock today. Learn is keeping a registry of research from Sri Lanka, ordered by the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. I'm not joking. So he will be receiving a copy of that. Your attendance list and the registry will go to him. Your next month's salary is dependent on it. So this is a thinner framework. When you're planning your research, make sure it falls into this. Is it feasible? Can I do it? Do I have money? Do I have time? Do I have people? Do I have the equipment? So please don't try and do something that is no way you can do. Is it interesting? Why do something boring? Third hair, the fourth leg of the mosquito. Who cares? But will 15-year-old children will now become proficient in Shakespearean English? Yes. Bloody hell, this is going to be great. Okay. Is it novel? Yeah, nobody has done it before. Nobody has done it before in Sri Lanka. That's novelty. They've done it in Denmark. Copy the bloody methodology and do it in Sri Lanka. Suddenly your results are different from them because we are different people here. So there's always a novelty in the research that you do. If somebody has done it in Sri Lanka, but nobody did it in Kandy, do it. Nobody did it in Nurvelia, go and do it there. Or nobody did it in Malagam. There's only 6,000 people in Malagam. I was born in Malagam. Is it ethical? That is obviously, I'm not going to spend time on it, but it's crucial, right? Don't do something unethical. I'm going to teach my students how to cheat using generative. I'm doing that to you. I am teaching you how to cheat, but it's not cheat. The word is be efficient, be productive, using generative AI, but ethically. So that is important. Is it relevant to the country? So anything that is going to increase the level of knowledge, productivity, efficiency of the population of Sri Lanka is relevant to me. Because Sri Lanka needs capacity, competency, and knowledge and skills to come out of its economic woes. That's my belief. So the PICO framework, those who are in social sciences, healthcare, you're going to do anything, you must have this. What is your population? So like hypothesis, if you're doing an experiment, you're doing controlled trials, anything that's, even if it was teaching, experimenting, one bunch of kids who have got ChatGPT on their computer, another one who has no ChatGPT but just computer, how do they do? You must have this PICO framework. What is your population? What's your intervention? What's your comparator? What is the outcome you're going to measure? Everything is down to metrics. What are you measuring? Sometimes you can measure quantitative data. Sometimes you have to measure qualitative data. So they were not interested. The competence, they're not interested in English, but now they are interested in English. And so that interest in English can be quantitative and qualitative. How would you make that quantitative? Say, like, one of our findings is students are not interested in English. So how would you quantify that data? Qualitative is easy. I'm not interested. So 22 out of 27 said they are not interested. How do you quantify it? You know, quantify means number. Just anything. Sorry? Do what? How will you quantify? Questionnaire, yeah. So how does the questionnaire give the quantification? That's all. I just want one very simple answer, I know. Likert scale. So Likert scale takes qualitative type of data and quantify it. So it's not true real quantify, but you still get a number. So you can have a Cronbach alpha, you can get ANOVA for statistical, because some journals like statistics, all right? So PICO. So this is research questions for qualitative. These are examples in healthcare. So diabetes, I am sure, Sri Lanka, Kitsri, big problem in Sri Lanka, right? How many percent of the population are diabetics? 20%. So not surprised. So 20, 30%. Singapore, 11% of the whole country is diabetic. Big problem, big problem. That's a racial distribution. Why are Indians and South Indians or Asians good? Because we eat rice. Rice is the greatest culprit. Rice, idiyappam, spring, all are carbohydrates. Carbohydrate is the cause of diabetes. Anyway, I'm digressing. So one of the reasons why it's not controlled is everybody is trying to throw drugs and medicine. Our professor of pharmacy here, right? You keep putting medicine, when all the fella has to do is stop bloody eating the idiyappam. Stop eating the spring hoppers. Just eat the veggie and eat some eggs. That's it. Don't eat carbohydrate. Your blood sugar will be normal next year. Nobody is doing that. Because that's qualitative data. Scientists don't like qualitative data. They want only quantitative. So if you don't approach it, Singapore's a big problem. I've got the highest amputation rate. I got a paper that's stuck with the diabetes who are not letting me publish it. We got the largest amputation rates in upper limbs in my whole life. Why? I got fellow come in, I've chopped his hand up, the other hand is still there, one finger is dead. And I asked him, how are you doing, brother? Said, okay lah. So what do you had for breakfast? Oh, I had teh tarik. Teh tarik is tea with condensed milk and sugar. And he's a bloody diabetic. His HbA1c should be less than 7. He's 28. So I told him, nurse, I'm not treating him anymore. Just put a dressing and send him off. Because wasting resources on somebody, because they have failed, they're keeping throwing drugs at him, they need to tell him. And he's a Muslim. Say, Allah said, you better not eat rice. That's the only way he will listen. Because you're not understanding. And that's why qualitative research. I'm passionate about qualitative because in healthcare, we are not doing enough qualitative research. We need to understand our patients. Anyway, sorry. So these are the type of question. So you can put a big set of questions in qualitative research wherever you are. So students maybe, why are they not studying? So finding out from them, and that's qualitative research. 5-minute break. Any questions before we go into AI? This is just to get you going on research. For those who attended yesterday, this is all a repetition, but for those, the new ones, we go, yes, you have a question. Yes. Yeah, why not? Yeah. That's the easiest way. Huh? Yes. Why not? Everything we do, we copy it from somebody else. I tell you, where's the opportunity for that this is going to be startling. This is a corruption in academia. The biggest corrupt world is academia. 70% of research done in psychology, experimental research. Now, okay, yeah, we'll go. 70% of research done in experimental research done in psychology cannot be reproduced. I say you go and search it out, afterwards you will have. So what does it mean it cannot be reproduced? You tell me. I wrote an article on LinkedIn on it and I got a lot of slack from the people. What is the reason for non-reproducibility? You know what's reproducibility, right? That means I should be able to reproduce that study in a different context. Very good. Methodological errors. I got no AI to check spelling, so just simply write lah. So methodological error and rigor. So if they did it and they got the results, you did it, you didn't get it, you turn around and say, I couldn't get it because there's an error in your methodology. That's research. Negative findings are important, but there's a publication bias for positive findings. That's one. What else? Subject. Let's come under methodological error. Heterogeneity of the population. I'm more got conspiracy theories all in my head. I got very evil mind. What do you think the most common error? So that come under methodological error. So that means your instrument has not been validated in it. So there's like heterogeneity. English instrument not being translated properly. Huh? Interpretation also come under, I suppose it's come under the methodology. So how did you interpret your analysis? Okay. What ethical consideration? She's so kind. Ethical consideration. You're bloody liars. A lot of researchers, they lie. Fake news. Which I think most of the time is the reason. So why I say this is, so the interpretation of data is another thing that's somebody who ever mentioned interpretation. They cheat on the number, they expand the number, they cook the results to make it positive. That's why single author papers are no longer accepted by most respectable journals. So there is always a second party. That's why collaboration. And now they have started a movement about 5-6 years ago on open access research. You have to put your methodology, do not start the research until the methodology is peer reviewed by people around the world. And then they say, go ahead, collect data. Once you put data, you cannot take it back. The data is blockchain. The technology and AI is being used to prevent you from changing it. So this is a big problem of people lying. So this is great. This is great news for you. Take the same paper, do it in Sri Lanka and prove. If it's true, good. So the methodology is correct. Sri Lanka also we say, no, methodology is good, but in Sri Lanka we got different. Interpretation, P 0.05. We know this, right? Everybody doing quantitative research must know P 0.05. Nobody knows what P 0.05. Am I within the 95%? I ask you. So you need, okay, for those just as a T is ready, but don't worry about T. This one is more interesting. So this is 95%, right? Correct? We all, I don't need to go through this, right? So this is 2.5, 2.5. So this is what research is interested in, right? That we are not interested in these two. I ask you a question. Do you think I'm here? Mid, mono, median? Am I here? I hope you don't say I'm here. When you ask, then you got to ask a question. What are you talking about? Is it my body weight? I'm talking about my, don't I use the word IQ, but my general intelligence, general level of knowledge. I'm not here, right? But I'm not here also, I hope. Where do you think I am? Within the here or outside? I'm not trying to get you to like brag, but I think I'm around here. What's the evidence for this? I can prove to each one of you, you are outside of this, right? Because if you take your cohort of people when you were 16 years old, wherever you were, and you look at that class and see where you are today, you are most likely 2 standard deviation to the right. Otherwise, you won't be here. So this is important when we understand P005. In healthcare, we are making stupid decisions based on P005. They are now saying that in healthcare, to make a public policy decision like COVID and all these things, it has to be P0.005, which means 90% of our clinical trials are wrong. 1/3 of randomized controlled trial, 1/3. Randomized controlled trial is the highest, no, second highest level of evidence. Level 1 is meta-analysis. Level 2 is randomized controlled trial. You're going to look at that later, we'll go through that. 1/3 cannot be reproduced. Why? Because of errors in methodology, because of lying. Even in randomized controlled trial, they lie. They cheat the data, they cook the data, and you cannot reproduce it. Great opportunity to do research. So please understand P0.05 gets you published, but don't make major decisions just because of that. Okay? Coffee break, 10 minutes, come back. You can bring your coffee here. Okay? Then we start doing some real AI stuff. Go, quick. System. So it's a very powerful tool. That's what AI is. AI recognizes patterns of data and predicts the next pattern that should follow it. And in all form of non-generative artificial intelligence, it just looks for it. Whereas in generative AI, it takes that information and then looks for other patterns and adds it together and generates a new pattern and gives it to you. That's generative AI. Okay? So 3 big tools, GPT-4, Copilot, and Gemini, formerly called Bard. So one of the great things about digital data that is digitally put somewhere, for those of us from the old-fashioned school, we need to have search strategies to go and pull it out. So everybody knows how to use Google, from your child to the bus driver to the professor of mathematics, right? And Google uses certain algorithms to pull out the search. So when I use Google, I get better outcome than my wife using Google, because she doesn't use the Boolean search within the Omni box. So the white box where you type your thing in, if you put in inverted commas, you know, that means it's exclusively that word. So you put inverted commas, children under 15, and inverted, and in big letters, and inverted commas, English language. You'll pick every word, every document that has both of these words in exact format. Then there are other ways you can do, which I don't know much about Boolean, but that's how it works. So those who are clever in coding, they know how to do it. They get perfect results. So mine is slightly better than my wife, because my wife will just put under 15 English language. but mine, I get better because of that. So large language models, because of the large amount of textual data that they have, they don't need to say and, inverted commas, spelling mistakes. So when you note, when I see me doing prompting, half of it is all full of spelling mistake because I don't know how to spell. Because spell check will do for me, so I've lost the skill of spelling. So it will take that and it can understand what you want based on natural English language. That is called natural language processing, NLP. So natural language processing has suddenly made the searching and manipulation and retrieving and indexing of data for everybody else than the coders. Otherwise, only coders knew how to use. So now everybody can learn. So that's what natural language generative AI is. So AI's basic function is it will collect, it try to make it relevant, contextual. It is dependent on what you ask. In any conversation that we have, if your question is vague, you're going to get a vague answer. So that's why sometimes in a Viva exam, the examiner is not clear in his questions, and the student gives an answer because you're not clear. And if a smart student said, can you redraft that question? I don't understand what you exactly mean. So it's a smart student. So you must be clear in the we call that prompting. So prompting is the process in which you write your natural language question to the generative AI for it to give you a response. So today we learn how to do, we're going to do that. And depending on the model, these are outside our control. The models are created by OpenAI, it's created by Google, it's created by Microsoft. Copilot is actually ChatGPT 4.0, but a slightly modified version, kind of a like lower grade version, and it's free for those who have Office 365. So how does it work? It is actually basically predictive texting. So if I put the first one, don't cry. For me, I would put, don't cry for me, Argentina. It's a musical. I watched the last musical in London for £10 and people paid 100, 200 pounds. Cheapskate. Indian fellow will find the cheapest ticket. So I went and watched it. But the moment I add one more word, don't cry over spilled milk. Why? Because she's an English teacher. If she didn't know any English and only know Tamil, she cannot answer that. That explains the bias of generative AI. Generative AI is Anglo-centric. It can translate, but its thinking process is very much English-based. So I think I've gone through all this, but it has got machine learning. Machine learning is very important. So it's deep machine learning and neural networks. I tell you why you must listen to me, why I am on the right side of the Gaussian curve. Apart from being a doctor, I'm a nerve surgeon. I specialize in nerve surgery. Nerve means neural, correct? I work on neural networks. So when you have a stroke on one side of the body, I will cut the nerve from the opposite side of the body and transfer to this side of the body. That's what I do. A lot of people thought that I was crazy doing this. The Chinese people are doing it for a long time. Westerners don't do because anyway, we don't talk about that. But why I'm saying that, because the moment you do that, 2 weeks later, the brain pattern, the connection between the right side and the left side of the brain are altered. That is called neural plasticity. I'm not trying to make a neurologist out of you, but you need to understand this. So the brain's adaptive power is phenomenal. That is the adaptive power of generative AI. The moment it is continuously learning, and that's why even Sam Altman doesn't know how AI works. We cannot control it. It is learning by itself. It's learning by itself. Every time, every day, each of you who pay $20 a month and talk to it, that fella is learning. He is getting you to contribute to the development of his machine by asking you to pay, smart or not. It's still not a product, huh? ChatGPT is still not a product. It's still an experimental product. So So the neural networks is what deep learning is. So the computers use what happens in the brain. So when people said you shouldn't give young people ChatGPT because it will affect the brain. I said, are you a neurologist? No. Have you as an expert in AI? No, then just shut up. But these people are loud. Don't give it to children. Singapore government, 10-year-olds, AI is being used in the teaching of 10-year-olds. Because they're taken a very positive. Because the adaptation of the brain is such, I wouldn't worry about it. I would, though my wife doesn't allow me to teach my grandnephew. I don't have grandchildren. I'm trying to teach him how to use generative AI. Both the mother and the grandmother don't allow. Anyway, I quietly teach him on the side. But I have my colleague here. I think he's experimenting with his son. Because that son is using all it. The brain will adapt. I don't know whether you saw the picture of National Geographic of a baby sitting on a table with a magazine. I still remember the picture of a picture, and the child is doing this to the picture. Yeah, you've seen that. It's a picture. So the child thinks that to make the picture bigger, you do this. He doesn't know that's only on the screen. That's neural network, good or bad. So the children will learn on their own. They don't need teachers. Bold statement, not my own. I strongly encourage you to watch this video by Sugitra Mittal. You can watch it on YouTube. He did the experiment on the hole in the wall. He created the term SOL, self-organized learning environment. Self-organized learning environment, he put a computer in the jungle. He walked away. They asked him what it is. I don't know. What does he do? I don't know. And he buggered off. 3 months later, he came. The girl, this was in South India. So he asked, what do you all do? Sir, what is this? You put the computer all in English and we don't know English. Then he laughed. So you failed. No, we taught ourselves English. We taught ourselves English. And he confined that thing into a local area network. He didn't let them go out too much. He put the genome project on it. So he said, what have you learned? So we have learned, sir, if the genetic code is wrong, you get diseases. Apart from that, we didn't know anything else. So he proved that all you need is broadband, a computer, and I say add ChatGPT to it. You have amazing education for children. We still need teachers. All teachers do is clever boy, very good. That's all. And no, this one don't do. This one is bad for you. So control that environment, let them learn. Step aside and let the children learn. Let your learners learn. You don't do children, you do bigger adults, I assume. So that's generative AI. So generative AI is going to make that big difference. I want to come back to this framework. This is what research is all about. Right? I put it here so that next step, I'm going to show you how generative AI uses it. So when we do research, we collect data, raw facts, figures. We're getting the raw data based on our research question. Right? Once we got that data, so what do we do with the data? To get the data, we have the question. So we've done the question. So the methodology now is, what is the data? So if you're asking a question, the perception of students about the importance of English, that's qualitative data, that's text, that's conversation. But if it is about the average weight of our 15-year-old, that is not qualitative, that is how many kilograms the fellow weighs. So the data is qualitative, quantitative. From that data, we get information. So you know this framework, DIKW. So the information is, we say, so we found that about 30% of them are obese. So that's information. How does that knowledge comes about? So you dig through the data, you say most of them are urban children that are obese. So maybe it is a fast food in city, whereas the rural guys have to go to the farm and they don't have good food. The only thing they are eating is probably some, healthy fruits. So you get knowledge. From that, you say, okay, so what? Implication of your study. What can I do? Maybe we need to ban the sale of fast food to children in the cities. So that's a policy making. And that's how your simple data ended up there. So we are familiar. So that's the importance of research. Okay? So that's the importance of research. Next stage is, I better move here after they say why I don't come to this site. And I get scolding. So if you compare that to generative AI, massive data, unstructured data. They collected everything on the internet. Grey literature, open AI, all digitalized knowledge was absorbed into the database. And from that data, they started processing it, understanding the grammar, the syntax, how, don't cry for, and don't cry over, what would be the next sentence, things of that nature. From that, they started to synthesize and contextualize that data. Based on this, they created the wisdom. So you can ask, and I've asked it many times. I said, take this, put together, synthesize. So it synthesizes that knowledge. So Bloom's taxonomy, we are in the sub-create level. It's synthesizing. So we expect PhD students to synthesize the literature review and not just produce narrative review, not just description paper by paper, synthesize, summarize. But for PhD, we also expect contrary argument, counter argument, finding evidence for that and having your own view. That's what generative AI does. At that level, it generates a synthesis and a comparison depending on how you prompt it. So that's how generative AI works. So we have come to this kind of thing. So most important is we must know how to prompt, how to talk. A lot of us, journalists, even teachers, when we talk to our students, we do not know how to ask the question. So today we're going to learn how to prompt. So the prompting is crucial, is garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't ask the right question, don't ask the right way, you won't get the response. It's directly proportional to the quality of your prompt. The response from a generative AI is directly proportional to the quality of your prompt. The model we have no choice, but you have 3 models to play with. Afterwards, I want you to put and see what the difference is in the 3 models. So we have done some research between the models and we've talked about it and we're comparing them. But the only problem is they're not stable platforms. The platforms are continuously evolving. Like this morning, I had to change some of the slides here because this last I presented, this was on the 20th of January. So now a lot of things have changed. So that's a continuing. So this is how you start. You craft a good prompt. So the good prompt must be clear and specific. And then you tell it what you want and you tell it how should it present the data for you. I want it in bullet points. I want it in paragraph. I want it in a casual language. I want it in academic. So we stick to academic professional language. So you will stick to that. So you'll get that response. And then you review the prompt. And even depending on the response, you need to change. So just like conversation, I ask you, how are you? I'm okay. Enola, come bro, how are you? Is it okay or not? Is your situation at home all right? And nothing. So you have to ask more questions to really understand the truth. So the basis of a prompt you must make sure is content and its context. So what are you asking about? You must be clear in your mind. So one of the things I tell you, don't straight away write your prompt into the box. Take a Word document, do a bit of thinking. What do you want? What is the question you're asking in depth? Just like your research question. So later you're going to put that research question very clearly and you find the response you get is very, very, very impressive. You must give the ethical and legal background to it. So you must make sure they don't ask stupid questions like, how do I kill my student? How do I make sure I can slap him so that he hurts more? And all these things, obviously, you won't answer also. You must do the validation. That is crucial. So today, we're going to learn about validation. Just like in research, when you use an instrument, how do you know this instrument is valid? You must calibrate your instrument. Same thing. This is just an instrument. Generative AI is just an instrument. You must know how to validation. So we'll go to that a little bit later. And how useful is this going to be? So if you want to see the best go-to in Kandy, well, what's the bloody use of it? Oh yeah, because I'm a tourist manager, tour agent. Yeah, okay, then it's useful. For me, it's no bloody use. So please confine yourself to usability. Since most of you, I won't go too much detail to show you what a prompt is, but basically the prompt must have an initial statement or context that you want it to talk about. So it could be, the question should be 15-year-old's competency in English. So what context? Sri Lanka. Schooling students. So the context, because maybe a 15-year-old who never went to school. Obviously, he never went to school. He doesn't know read to write. Why the hell will he know English? So there's a wrong sample to take, right? What is the intended output? So you want it to answer in terms of competencies, in terms of passing exams. So you put that in. What type of tone and formality, specificity. So all this has to be told. It is not, it's an intelligent, artificial intelligent platform, but it's not clever. I hope you understand that. There's a slight difference between being clever and being intelligent. A lot of PhD students are intelligent, I mean, even professors, but they're not clever people. It's okay. You won't go into that or get me into trouble. So when you generate a prompt, these are the things that you have to go through. You must be clear what you want. Must be precise. Look at the context. Say Sri Lanka, is this 15-year-old student? Set the tone. I want this. If you are writing an article for a teenage magazine, you don't want it to be academic. You want to be, hey, you want it to be star. Hey, man, how are you? So you tell it the tone that you want. You can even give it an example. Use this type of tone. So that's called single shot prompting. We'll come to that later. Ask direct questions. Avoid bias or leading question. You got to refine it, make sure it's ethical. So here are some examples of a good and bad prompt. I'll let you read it. Very simple. The bad prompt is just asking simple things, whereas a good prompt puts that amount of detail into it and the response is much better. So this is the way to treat generative AI is, how many of you have helpers in the house, domestic maids? Very few, huh? All of you work very hard. So this is your free, not free, $20 a month. You have a PhD in multiple subjects as your slave. I am a digital slave. I use it until the floor is, couple of times I've been told off by ChatGPT, stop it, you have too many hours on this. So it is there to help you in your life and everything that you do. So it's a digital slave. Now, this slide is the most important slide today because based on this is how you move forward. A lot of problems, a lot of the negative in generative AI has been due to the fact that people don't validate. So validation is important. You have to make sure that the response is relevant. So people who are subject matter experts like us, so in our various domains, so I may not know engineering or English, but I know about hand surgery. I can quickly validate and say this is the right pass because I know. This is a problem with the bus driver or the tuk-tuk driver who looks at the thing and then he goes and publishes it. Because he thinks, yeah, generative AI wrote me a very good. Because for the layperson, it looks very impressive because the language and the structure seems logical. But half the time, it can be hallucinating. So the technical term for bullshitting is hallucination, right? But ChatGPT 3.5 does, but the 4 doesn't. The 4 is a paid version. So you have to check for all of that, and you may need to refine your prompt to get a better outcome. So this is an important slide for research. This is how you do evidence-based validation. So I told you just now, artificial intelligence is the machine in front of you. The real intelligence is the person sitting in front. I'm hoping we have real intelligent participants. So you are the real intelligence. So please check it. And this is how you validate. Nothing spectacular in this diagram. It is what you do when you do your thesis. When you write your master's thesis, your PhD thesis, every paragraph, every sentence, every statement you make must have a citation, correct? That's what this does. So just to go through it quickly, whenever first you do the first human loop validation, you are the human. That's the machine. The machine has said this is the answer. Just now, Kitsari just told me 23% of Sri Lankans are diabetic. 1 in 5 Sri Lankans are diabetes. So if you are not, you are not, you are not, you are not, you are diabetic. Because these 4 people are not. 1 in 5. So that's the misuse of statistics. Correct, isn't it? But that's how it is. That's just an illustration. So your real intelligence, the first human loop. Then you take the key terms from that response. So they got 5 key terms it came out, 23% diabetic Sri Lanka. You take that and put that into your search strategy, into your database. Whatever you're using, PubMed, EBSCO, Google Scholar. And then you take the literature that comes out, screen the abstract. It's like doing a literature review, but you're doing it with the response from ChatGPT. So this is an evidence-based validation of the response, right? So this is how you overcome plagiarism. This is how you overcome problems about intellectual honesty. So you take that response. Now you just put the citation to every of those statements that you have got from ChatGPT. Problem solved. So what's the university worried about? Because they don't know this. Only you know, right? So don't share if they don't pay you. So tell them, you want, I come and teach you, and then you do it. Okay. And then you synthesize and document it. That's how you do your writing, your literature review. You'll be doing examples of that. So these are the 3 platforms we're going to use today, kind of the most popular platforms. If you could make sure you're all registered with all these 3. You do a registration, it's all free. This at the moment is totally free, but soon to be. When you use Gemini, please choose the advanced option, right? Can you do that now? I want all of you to do that now. Copilot is from Microsoft and ChatGPT. So I use 4. So whenever I make any statements in this workshop, it's all pertaining to 4. So if you use 3.5, don't argue with me because you're a cheapskate and you got 3.5 and you want to compare with me where I paid the premium. Obviously, mine is better than yours. Okay, so can you just all register? Just show you what the latest things in chat. This is not latest, this came out quite some time already. So this is my account. So you see, I can create my own GPTs. So I've created 14 up to date, just specific for my needs. I've got one for mental health care. So you can talk to it and it'll give you advice. I got one for operating notes. I have one for getting consent, one for hand surgery, teaching for undergraduates. I have one for nerve surgery for advanced students. So these are all intelligent tutoring system. You can do anything. I got one for translating Malay, validation of translation of English to Malay. So validation means translate English to Malay, from English go to Malay, and then the translated document must be then translated back to English, and then you got to compare the 2 versions to validate. So all that you can do. So if you pay, you have an opportunity to create your own GPTs and make money. Because that GPT can only be seen by those who pay. So if it's a popular GPT, then ChatGPT will give you a percentage of it. So this one, OpenAI decided to do it because a lot of people were putting the API on ChatGPT and making money. They said, we might as well do it for everybody. So one of the advantages of the paid version in ChatGPT, I bounce between ChatGPT and Gemini. Occasionally, I use Copilot. So I freely move between the 2 to get my outcome that I need for my. So currently, as a result of yesterday's workshop, the Learn people put it on LinkedIn. And now Dr. Vaikunthan is here teaching us AI. One of my friends who's the editor of a journal wrote to me last night and said, can you write an article about generative AI in hand surgery? Bloody hell, it's okay. It's not paying me, but anyway, it's okay. So the paid version, it helps you to set it and personalize to you. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. The unpaid version, you've always got to start who you are. Who am I? Because he doesn't know who you are. He just thinks you are a lay person. He'll give you a lay person answer. I'm an academic with 45 years of experience in hand surgery. I do instructional design, medical education, plus I am an AI enthusiast. So that kind of describes me. I want you to answer all my responses in a professional academic language. I put it all down there. And all referencing must be in APA. Because most of my publication now is mainly on education. So I want APA format. All that I give the instruction once. But the unpaid people have to give it every time. There's no problem. Keep a copy on your text, cut and paste before you start your conversation. It's like, hello, my name is so-and-so. When you first meet your mate, you have to introduce yourself. Say, hello, mate, you're working for me now. I am so-and-so. So because you paid for her, you don't need to introduce again. But because you didn't pay, you have to introduce every time. So this comes under the custom instruction settings there. Right, now you do some work. What I want you to do now is, for those who came yesterday, and some of you have already published your work or written your paper, today is a new topic. Find a research question. I want you to do that. You got 20 minutes. At 45, we will stop. Use all these terms. Forget about the second part here. The one we learn a little bit later. Just try and get me a research question based on all what we have learned this morning about problems, about question, FINA, PICO, and all that, and post your question up there. Because it's very important. Make it a real question. Don't play, because today, Prime Minister at 5 o'clock is going to see your name and what paper research you're going to do. And he's going to give you money for it. He called me just now, he said yes. Okay, so please work on this. The rest of the day was dependent upon what you write today, and post it up there. Okay, I will take a break. So Gemini, use the advanced. Some of you have already got a ChatGPT paid version. Please do. If you have 7,000 rupees available now, please might as well pay the 7,000. You can always cancel it next month if you find it useless. Old man. What was wrong just now? Why was it not moving? What was the reason? Just now it was moving. Huh? Is it Zoom? Is it? Now, if you are struggling with your questions, we shouldn't be, because you have got real life problems and real life situations. You can do a quick, I'm not showing the platform yet. We'll do that a bit later. But for those who came yesterday who are quite familiar, you can use some of the platforms to quickly do a literature review. But for those who haven't, just use Google Scholar to find one or two papers in that specific area. You search. Now, you can even ask Gemini to come up with the question. So the research question, like I said, is very, very important. So if you can tell it the problem, so you can use either GPT-4 or Copilot or Gemini Advanced and say that, introduce yourself, who am I, what do I do, these are my problem. I'm teaching 18-year-old students on mathematics or whatever, and they're all very stupid, they don't understand algebra and all that. What do you think would be a good research question? And then it will give you. So be as detailed as possible. Now, I didn't mention just now, I wonder why it didn't come up. I forgot. One of the things when you converse with any generative AI, it goes to the cloud. Please do not put your bank account number and password into that, right? You wouldn't share it with anybody. So don't put personal, identifiable, and information you don't want anybody to know into generative AI. Just like you don't want to take a picture of you in the house in your nightie and put it up on Instagram. Please do not put personal data that you don't want anybody else to know up into the generative AI. But apart from that, you can put, it needs to know who you are. So if you don't want to share that, then your quality won't be good. So you can literally ask it to write the question for you. But I would prefer that you come up with the question, but you can ask one to write, the other to write, combine the two and make it better. That's fine, as long as you've got a good research question. The other thing we talked about, now I cannot remember who I talked. Was it yesterday, today? I will repeat it like I said to you all. One way to be very productive is to set up a team. So if you have colleagues and friends who are in the same university, same area, form a team, 3 to 5 people in a team. And so you have 5 papers. The one who does the main work will be the first author. You can be second, third, fourth, or you do a little bit of the work. So you suddenly got 5 papers instead of 1 paper. So work as teams. So today, whatever you get, maybe we don't have any friends here, but if you have your own team here, try and sit together so that you can all work together as one. But when you go back, you may want to set up a team to help you do. And that's how I get my work done. I think last year we had about 25 publications, and that's because I have a team. All right. So I'm part of the team. I usually initiate the concept of the research, and then one will do literature review, one write introduction, and we get things done fast. Has everybody got a question? Can we move on? I better ask, where's Fahd gone to? Who's the trainer here? You're one of the trainer, right? Can you just open up this Padlet? Have you got it open? How many people have responded? Can you have a look? Only one. Only one person have put. What is wrong with you all? Come on. Prime Minister is waiting. Just refresh. Just put refresh. Yeah. One only. You. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes and we move on. But I want you to, I don't want to rush it because this is very important. The rest of it will fall together. The research question is crucial. We really have to have the research question really nicely. If you need to take a bit more time, it's okay. What we will do is, in about 5-10 minutes, I will proceed. Those who have already have a research question can just carry on. Then you guys listen, and then you go back with the second round, you can do that. And maybe cut short the lunch to write the methodology. Mhm. Mm. So, have you gone through ChatGPT to get some response? Where did you get this question from? So put it into ChatGPT. So take this question and ask it to, but give it more context. What is STEAM? It doesn't know what is STEAM. Is it STEM or STEAM? STEAM, okay. The what? Okay, okay, okay. So I would explain. Yeah, I mean, I think it would know. But put who are you? What do you want? Yeah, what is the problem? Yeah. So if you have just a simple research question, please make that research question more oomph by putting into GPT with all the references. I mean, all the contextualization, so they get a better, good question. Because if you are doing like a master or a PhD, your supervisor has to approve that question, and he's got certain criteria that he's going to use. Yes. Fahd, can you just look at the Padlet and see who has put what? Any interesting questions, you let me know. Yes, good.
Interventional basis study.
Doesn't matter, whatever study. You don't like it.
So I ask you to formulate the ethics of common science.
Hmm.
So when I put this one,
Hmm.
and I put some sufficient sense.
Yeah. It's a generator. Yeah, that's. So here, I mean, just, you don't mind, yeah. So he got a pretty good question, but he's not happy with that question. because it was again, it's not because GPT's fault, it's his fault, because he didn't prompt it properly. So then he re-prompted it and said, look, use it for computer science. So his area, computer science, and he came up with something better, right? Yeah. So you have to play with it. It's an art and a science. It is an art and a science. Yes, some nice questions are coming out. Yeah. Good. You probably will have time during lunch to improve. I'm quite pleased. I've looked at some of your questions. Not bad, not bad. You can give a pat on your shoulder. Well done. You didn't do it, generative AI did it. Don't bluff me, but it's okay. But you knew how to use generative AI. That's what's most important. Okay, we will proceed. You will have a chance to improve your question because this is crucial for the rest of the day. Once the question is set, everything else will fall into place. All right, so we're not worried. So what is the role of literature? I need to slap the thing a bit. Literature review. So when you, again, depending on what your research topic today is, most of you, how many of you's topic today is going to be a master's or PhD? Nobody lah. Okay, so we don't need to talk about that. So your research is going to go into a publication. No point doing a research and hiding it under the coconut shell. You know, that's no point. You have to disseminate it. So later in the methodology this afternoon, you have to tell me what are your plans for dissemination so that the Prime Minister can help you to disseminate. So one of the aspects of your research is to write the introduction. So there's an IMRD framework. Introduction, methodology, results, and discussion are the key anatomy components of a research paper. So you need to do a literature review. So where does the literature review sit in the IMRD framework? IMRD. You put IMRAD. It sits in the introduction. So this is the introduction. So that's where the literature review is. So the literature review is used to help you contextualize the problem. So you have a problem is how to give feedback to my dental students doing a particular procedure during laboratory. So why don't we put feedback, dental students, laboratory, and maybe what area, cavity filling. I mean, that's a dental problem. I don't know what it is. Into the literature to find what the problem is in the world. So you get an idea of the problem. That is one of the literature. So it's to survey the existing knowledge. So that's it. Once I survey the existing knowledge, I can see what are the gaps. They are telling the gap. Why bother finding the gap? The fellows already found the gap. They found that in Norway, they found this, but they don't have anything on giving positive feedback to students. So that's one gap. So following, say, cut it and put it on the side. Then what was the theory they used? So for normal paper publication, no need to worry about theory. This is more for those doing PhD. Even for masters, sometimes they don't bother. And what were the methodology that they use? They all use an experimental. So you also better use an experimental model. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay, the good part with being in our developed countries that I found out is that there isn't a lot of research, so there are huge gaps with specific research. One of the mistakes that I've noticed, you might have found, is that we go for very advanced research concepts and research topics. Sometimes very simple, there's a gap, nobody's done whatever vision in STEM in Malaysia, in here, in Sri Lanka. So very, very simple research is also, the gap is sometimes blatantly obvious.
Yep. So I think that's what we talked about, you know, reproducing somebody's study one. Because Sri Lanka, the great part is all the good Sri Lanka academics are overseas. But I'm not putting you guys down. But you know, they're gone, they become very great and all. So there's a great opportunity to write. How do you become great? Start small. So start with a simple thing. Is there a gender problem among students? He's a feminist. His wife is not a feminist, but he's a feminist. His PhD is on gender, on women. And maybe Sri Lanka doesn't have a women problem. Maybe we need to talk about that. Because I notice Sri Lanka, they're not so much a suppression of women as compared to some other parts of the world. So if that's something finding, so we need to say, maybe, hey, you white people got problem, we got no problem. Sri Lanka, we are all fine. I found very interesting in Bangladesh that women doctors and surgeons on call don't have to do call if they are a woman. Oh, sorry, I switched off something. Did I? And that was and I asked the man, hey, you guys okay or not? Women don't do call, you are doing the call. Means they're working overnight, but women don't have to. But they are okay with it. Now, a white person will come and say, oh, that's not right. Why is the woman being, but it's a cultural sort of thing. So yeah, there are various great opportunities. I stepped on something. Sorry. So I shouldn't walk this side, I should walk that side. I broke it. It's coming, eh? Yeah, okay. Yes. Any? Yeah, they have reset the power. So the literature helps you get the guide. It gives you the what methodology they have done, how did they comment, what were the implications. So it is almost like copying. That you get an idea and then you take it and you say, how would I change this for my population, for my context? So that's how the literature review helps. Let me see. Now, if you don't know, you're from Peridania, and there's a same paper exactly like yours done from Colombo. But because you never, so that's how the literature help. Don't repeat the same thing. Unless your whole population in Peridania is totally different from Colombo plus. Then it's worth repeating. How, bro? Coming. It's coming. So what are the steps for literature review? How many of you have done literature reviews? Most of you. So you know. So I don't have to go. I just quickly kind of like refresh. So set your objective, purpose, scope. What are the areas you're going to do? Find your resources. So what am I going to do? I'm going to use PubMed. I'm going to use Scholastic, whatever database. Google Scholar is good. Google Scholar pulls in some gray literature. So quite good for scoping reviews. You need to say how you're going to screen. You need a data collection sheet, how you're going to collect the data from each of those papers. Later, we'll see a software that will help you do that. Then you synthesize the writing, and you have to then critically review it and write the document with all citation and review. So that's the various steps. So I won't spend too much time. So now I want you to go to this website, elis.com. Is it correct? Huh? If somebody types and doesn't get it, so you must come to something that looks like this. So if you've got the research question, because now you've got a research question, right? All of you should have a research question. If yours not perfect, doesn't matter. Let me introduce you to a term. See, I got attention deficit disorder. So I need some drugs. Sakina, what shall I take for attention? Ritalin, should I? She's a professor in pharmacy, so I can ask her. My spelling satisficing. Those who came yesterday cannot answer. Those who are new to today's workshop, but the linguist. We have an English teacher here. Have you heard of this? Satisficing. There's a term in language where you take two words and put together. What's the term called? You take this word, put together, become what? Huh? What do you got? I don't even know adjective, don't look at it. It's called what? Affixation, is it? So what is this is two words put together. It's a term that in business they use satisficing. That's satisficing. What do you think it is? None of yesterday's people can say, only the new ones. What do you think the two words would be? You were there yesterday. Were you not there yesterday? Don't bluff. I saw, I can remember you. Satisfactory and sufficient. So you don't have to be perfect. Don't make your life miserable. Don't make your children's life miserable, wanting that everything must be A. No need. Why you want to cause for satisfied, satisfactory, and sufficient? So make sure it doesn't have to be a perfect research question. So it's an important concept for life. Satisfactory is enough. Is enough. Is enough. No need to get distinction B, C plus, but don't get C. C is average. C plus B so is enough. So life becomes easy. So what I want you to do now is to take your research question and put it into this box here of the website, register. You can ask it to give you brainstorm questions. It may give you a set of new questions. Play with those questions. Keep a Word document open on your right, one tab for your Explorer, cut, paste, cut, paste. So the Word document is your rough notebook where you're going to play with it. And then you can start using the term to search and summarize. I wanted to just do this first. Then I will demo that on my computer. All right, I just want you to play. Do now. Put your question, brainstorm, get few more questions and see which is better. You may want to change your question. And you may want to take that question and put it back to ChatGPT and say, modify this question to my context. Keep that tab still open, your ChatGPT tab, because you already understand what you are doing. So put this back there and say, make me another question because you got some brilliant ideas from Elicit. This is how generative AI is helping you expand and be creative in your idea generation, which you may not have thought about. This is going to help you. So please do that now. And then I will demo how we will do the start of a literature review. I assume, or shall I put it another way? How many of you don't know what a citation software is and do not have one? Put up your hand. None. Okay. So all of you know. Because the citation software is very important because now we're going to start writing our paper. Our proposal is going to be started now. So you make sure you open your Word document with your Zotero, EndNote, Mendeley all ready because you're going to start writing the introduction, you're going to be citing, you're going to put the bibliography. So please get that all ready because after when I show the demo, we will go through all of that, how to do each one of steps. I'm using Zotero, so it'll be slightly different if you're using Mendeley and other citation software. Is this water mine? Nobody? Okay. Okay. Anybody hasn't got any response from Elicit? Everybody has got? Put up hand. So all of you have got. Okay, let's, I'm going to just demo this. Okay. Want you to go to the to the Elicit. Oh, you need to share. Yeah. Share screen, I think. Zoom. Yeah. Put screen. Yeah. Or just put the screen, then, or you don't, yeah. Then I don't have to keep changing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. I will put my hypothetical research question. What our research question was 15, the competency of English language among Sri Lankan 15-year-olds. So you see, the question you ask must be quite specific. It's just not just that question. You're trying to get a good response from your literature review. So I don't want to put, because I don't know how many papers, but let's put it and see. So this is illicit. I'm not going to waste my time to ask it for brainstorm. I'm just going to straight away do. So it's finding the papers for me now. So 125 million papers are being searched. It gives me the summary of the top 8 papers in the top level there. So Sundaresan, who's anybody Sundaresan here? Something from Sri Lanka. Mr. V. Sundaresan has done something on ESL in Sri Lanka. English medium. So there's fair bit written about English medium. Higher language proficiency would lead to successful academic study. That's the abstract summary. So we've got quite a few papers there. I'm not going to go through each one of them. I'm going to show you the steps. Everybody has reached this level? Yes? Okay. Yes? No? Can Fahd please? So I'll wait for her to be comfortable. Now, if you see this, so mine's a paid version. So it's, how much is it? Did somebody check? I think it's 10 US dollars per month. So it's 120 US dollars. So it's 1.5 chai at Starbucks. Stop buying chai, use that money to buy this. So this is quite useful if you're regularly going to be using it. So your unpaid version may not have the functionalities as mine, but I just wanted to see how it works. You can do a fair bit enough. You may not be able to do the tables, downloading certain things you won't be, but we'll just see that. So we'll just wait for her if she's okay. No, it limits your downloading ability. Okay, because maybe your topic. No. So if there are only 4, oh, okay, you're right. I don't know. I've been by. So she's right. So I learned something. So if you don't pay, you only get 4 papers. 4 papers. Yeah. So normally you get 8. There's another one I show you later. Will give you 10. Yeah. Also 4. So that's life, right? That's life. But everybody okay? Shall I proceed? I don't want to, because people have complained that I'm moving so fast and they want to beat me up and all. Okay. So you see what it has done, it has given me an abstract summary. But abstract summary, not that useful. I don't find that useful. So I'm going to add a column here. So you go to the top left side, there's a green button there, add column. When I click on add column, it gives me a few things. So for simplicity, I'm going to take main findings. So immediately, it is getting the main findings of my data set. So the main findings are called coming out there. All right. So all my 8 papers have a big set. I'm not reading at all. I don't give a I don't care. I got no time to read. I just want to write paper without reading. That's my whole purpose in life. Right. So I have 8 citations that has been within less than a minute has been available now to me. And my servant, who is working for me for 20 US dollars, is going to help me do the work and write me my literature review. Okay. So this is how you do it, right? Please pay attention. I will try and move slowly, but it's lightning speed to show you how fast it works. So I have now a summary of the papers. Where do you think in the IMRED should the summary go? Please, lah. Where? Hello? IMRAD in my paper. We are trying to write this proposal, this project. Where should this summary go? Huh? Can't hear. Shout. Huh? Introduction. Correct. So we don't have a title yet. It's okay. Title will come. So I got a Word document here. So what I'm going to do now, okay, I'm going to copy that. I go to my Word document, open a blank document. Now, when you paste from generative AI and any of these platforms, don't paste it as a control V, because then you have the formatting problems that comes in, and everybody knows that this came from ChatGPT. It'll be black color and all that. So go to paste and just paste text only. So summary of top papers, I'm going to clip that out. And what was our topic? English, just put a rough topic, English in Sri Lanka. So I've got so what is this? This is introduction. So this introduction has got citation, pretty good. But I want to tell you, this citation is not the citation with a code. When you write an academic paper, the citation, Raja Sundaresan 2013 is not coded. So it won't reflect as a bibliography. So we need to get the citation coding in the paper so that the next time you submit, after rejection in one paper, you submit to another paper, from APA, they want something else, then you can just automatically change it without having to manually type it. So this part, everybody okay? All right, now let's go back to our illicit thing. Now look here, export as. So I click export, I can export as two format, as a CSV. It's going to export as a Excel spreadsheet. So I want that. That means what I'm seeing at the bottom, all the main findings, because I want the main findings. I click that and it is downloaded and things. So I'm going to leave that aside first, since I'm here. Okay, so you may want to do that. Export, oh, you can't, sorry, because you're a cheapskate fellas. Okay, never mind, you have to do one by one. But I'm just showing you, I got no shares in any of these people. So I'll show you how easy for me. That's why I can write a systematic review in about 15 minutes. Okay, then I'm going to download a bibliography. Now, bibliography file is a coded file, not to be opened. It to be opened by a software, a citation software. So it's a BIP or RIS file format. I'm sure you all know that. So I open my Zotero. So I use Zotero because it's an underdog and it's free. So, but no, actually I pay, because after I got more than few thousand papers on it, a certain bandwidth you have to pay. I think I pay $20 a year or something. So I'm going to go to the file. So this one you may have to do your own. So you can use your own university library and collect all that journal articles. Because at the moment you'll have to do it manually because you don't have a paid version. I'm going to import all my citations and bibliography that I just downloaded from Illicit using Zotero. So I put there import citations. It goes through this thing. So it finds that file. So this is the file in my download folder. I have downloaded this Illicit competency of English in Sri Lanka. And there you are. It is finished. So now these are not the files themselves. This is the reference, the meta tagging. So when I click each one, the title, the journal articles are all there. So what I want to do now is Control All, copy this. This is Zotero works this way. Your Mendeley may work different. Right click, and I'm going to ask it to create a bibliography, which is a reference for all those 8 items. As this is going to be a research in education, so I use APA. Stop me if you are not following. Come back to my document here. Because now they're all coded, and because I'm using, how do I get rid of this? Yeah. So if you notice that my ribbon in Windows has Zotero. So because when you download Zotero, you should have it from Mendeley and all that. So I'm going to say, I can add the bibliography. I can't do that now because I have not linked it, but I have now taken all my reference. I just want to show you how to put my reference section. So I got my introduction, methods all not yet, which is my bibliography. I'm going to paste what I got in my clipboard. Just now I copied all the reference from Zotero. Following me? Correct? Children. So I use the same formatting, merge the format. I now got all my reference here. Okay? Not so nice. I'm going to do it again because some are capital, but that may need some correction. That due to some errors. So I'm just going to put this text and see what happens. Yeah, still like that. So that may need to be changed because if you may have to, from sentence, from all capital, you may want to make it. So I just copy that. So this is a little bit of editing you have to do into sentence. Oh, we leave that. Now, this whole document has got the referencing according to Zotero link. I need to now insert citation to each of those introduction paragraph that I have copied from Illicit, right? So as I read, I come to Sundaresan. So this needs a proper citation. So I put it there in front of Sundaresan, my key. I go to Zotero and I'm going to say add citation. The same thing is going to come out, but this time it is coded. So I put there APA, I agree, APA, and I get, so I put Sun, THA, Sunda, there. Now you see the one in the bracket is coded. I can now remove the rest of it. And I'll show for Samarayanka, same thing, add citation, Samaran, Samaran. And I can remove the unbracketed one. So you can see, we're getting somewhere, isn't it? I had a research quiz. Yes, please. Which steps? Yeah, you can't get. So I just, yeah. So what do? Yes. You have to do it one by one. I'm sorry. If you don't want to pay 3 maids, one for the bathroom, one for washing the car, one to do the gardening, then she let the one do the washing in the bathroom, the garden and the car, you have to do yourself. Okay? So I show you how. So do. But I just wanted to show you that how efficient it is that within less than a few minutes, I'm getting a decent piece of work being done from nothing. Because always I like to tell my students, you go and draft it, come back to me, I will then edit. Then I'll scold them and then do, because that's easier than me sitting and come. But now with generative AI, I can do that. So what do you have to do? You can do the first introduction, that paragraph you can do. Now you need to do one by one, right? Okay, I'll show you how to do one by one. Sorry? Yes. 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 So it looks the same, but it's not the same. There is a code in the word behind it. The code is there for you to, when you want to do editing and automatically change the bibliography. So if you took out that sentence, the bibliography, when you refresh it, the bibliography will have removed it. You don't have, so this citation software, this is all about citation, not the part of this workshop. All of you should know. But having said that, at the last workshop that I did on research, one of the senior lecturers in one of the departments in the university had done a PhD 6 years ago, where all this technology was available. Her PhD had 230 over citations. She did it manually. And she was like crying. I said, because you were stupid. You didn't know that this exists. You know, you can cook the chicken in your firewood for 6 hours to make that pretzel, but I put it in my air fryer 2 minutes. That you want to do that, it's up to you. You taste better. What tastes better? So she's very good at writing citation. I'm not, I don't care. I got my maid to do it. So that is citation. We're not talking today about citation. So you may need to go and learn a little bit about citation software. So if you don't have this, then you're going to take another 10 minutes to get that 8 articles. So I'll show you how to get that. Where I need to go, we need to go to elicit. So this is the article. I will click and see whether we can, yeah. So this is where there's, so it says semantic scholar. We may be able to find, you know, we have to find it manually. So it's going to semantic scholar to get the article. Yeah. So it is come. So it's come to semantic scholar, and this is my citation saved to Zotero. So depending on your software, you should have it in your ribbon in your browser of how to save this citation. You can cut and paste the citation, but that's not good. That is just like typing it in. You want it with a code so that it automates the whole process. So this is how you add the citation. Now, I'm not happy with that because it doesn't have a PDF. So this is maybe a bit difficult. So hey, you don't have PDF, you cannot download. You may have to go to the librarian to ask him to get the PDF because we want to interrogate, because this is an important paper, we want to interrogate this paper. So if I click this, this will get saved in my Zotero column, and I can go and see there. I should have now 2 of those papers there. So the importance, see, there are 2. V Sundaresan. So this is the manual way of doing it. Okay? Are we all right with that now? Are we okay? Right. So now I've got this, isn't it? I got this introduction. This is a summary, not giving me some meaning, you know. So I'm going to copy this. I clicked on it because it's already on the link. I clicked it, it went to Semantic Scholar. So if you go back here, let me show you. I think you wanted to know how we reached there. So my elicit, where are you elicit? Here's my elicit. So if I go back, just show you the, shit. So this was the Sundaresan. So I clicked here, Sundaresan, and it came here, which is a more detailed abstract and this, but the main findings are also here. Okay. But I'm not happy with, I mean, this is not good enough. I can't get a citation here. So there's a link here. There seems to be a link here. I'm going to click that link. And when I click that link, it took me to the journal where the paper was published. And from that, I can download the citation cleanly. So I've got something like this. So this is a paper, but it tells me that it's not the full PDF and it's not the full, but it's enough to get a citation into your book. So this is how you do it manually. For 8 of them, you have to do it one by one. And if you don't want to pay that £10, do this. Right. So I have now copied that introduction, which is a summary of the 8 papers. I need to make it as a proper introduction, correct? What do? Get my other maid, the maid for the bedroom. So I've decided, no, I won't use ChatGPT. I'm going to go to my friend Gemini Ganesan. Gemini is super. Note, mine is Gemini Advanced. You have a choice, Gemini or Gemini Advanced. Why should I use the cheap one? At the moment, this is free, but this will become expensive. I need to give it the context. I am writing a paper on English language competency in Sri Lanka. Okay. Use this as a data set to write an academic article introduction to the topic. Please note my spelling is fantastic. So I paste that and let my mate do her job. Please don't judge me. I'm calling maid and all that. You know, I don't have a maid. I am the maid. Ah. So it has written a pretty, I'm not reading, I'm just demonstrating. So it has given me, so it's giving suggestion. I like its suggestion. He's asking me, let me know if you like drafting this section as well. Yes, please continue. I don't use please normally, but in front of, sorry, it didn't go. Yes. So I've used this, look, I'm just demoing, I'm not reading. You need to read it. And then you need to add context to it, okay? So I'm going to show you, because after this, you're going to do the full start on the literature review to add it to the thing. I'll show you one more part, the main findings. We need to synthesize that main finding. I'm going to show you how. So I don't like this kind of bullet points. I'm going to say rewrite the whole introduction in paragraph style. I want an article. I don't want bullet points. You know, bullet points is good for. So if you're going to give a talk on it, I would want it in bullet points. Then I cut the bullet points and make it into infographics on Word document. All right. So yeah. Idiot. So he didn't follow me, you know. And that's one of the weakness of. It doesn't remember it as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy. I was quite happy up to here. From here, right? So I'm going to take this as an introduction. Right. I'm going to paste it here to replace that portion. Okay. Okay, so we've got slightly better. Now, let me show you how I will play with this, okay? I go back to ChatGPT. Give it the same instruction again. So sometimes it's worthwhile put it in Word. So I'm asking it, expand on what I haven't pasted yet, expand on this for an introduction for the article. So I'm playing with two mates in the sense that one fella do a bit, okay, take this one, put this fella, you do this. I may take all of them, put together, and then come up with my final dish. So it's coming up with this. You can edit this later in your own time when you're ready. So this is, I'm just going to get this course. So ChatGPT, notice, it's going quite deep, quite deep. The reason I put into Gemini, because in the context of Sri Lanka, it would get yesterday's news, this morning's news. You may have got it. Prime Minister just declared generative AI, he's going to pay for the whole of Sri Lanka students. So that information would come in. But now I want to make it more academic. I take it back to ChatGPT to give me, look at that. It's giving me at least about 500, 600 words of context, which is quite good based on all that I've given. So I'm going to copy that. I'm not reading, guys. You have to read and validate. Here, I'm just showing you demo how wonderful life is with generative AI. So I'm going to put that to address these complexities. So here will be the right place to put it. So I'm going to put that and I'm going to paste it. Okay. So now we've got 900 words. Not bad for an introduction, usually 300, 400 words. 500 maximum for a, but no mind, we'll keep it 900. Later we can cut short. Now I have downloaded something just now, right? The main findings as a, where am I? Desktop. Where's my home? Download. Download, yeah. So this is the table. So when you do literature review, literature synthesis, evidence synthesis, you must have a table. On the first column will be the papers, author's name, title. Second column, whatever data you want, main findings, population, outcome, methodology, whatever you choose. And then from there, you can present the data. That's a synthesis or finding of each of the papers will be the raw results of your literature review. Then you interpret them by synthesizing. I'm going to show how to interpret, how to synthesize the finding. So we click on the main findings here, Control C, I've copied it. Everybody following me? Okay? Or stop forever, hold your peace. Okay. I go back to Word. The formatting in Excel is not so good. So I'm going to open another document as a blank document. This is my rough working place. I'm going to paste it here as text only. So this is the text only of each of the paper, the main findings. Control Alt, Control C. So I've copied this. I'm coming back to my good friend, Mrs. Chatterjee, my mistress. And I'm going to put it here. I said, synthesize these main findings for this paper. This remembers better than Gemini. Remember, Gemini forgot and only gave me this and didn't want to go back. This fellow remembers, partly because it's a paid version. So he is now synthesizing the main findings of those 8 papers. It is doing a thematic analysis of the synthesis. Qualitative research. I'll show you how we can even enhance this thing. Bloody good, isn't it? You can write a letter to the Minister of Education section on English education in Sri Lanka and say, this is my views. Don't bluff, Yenara, not your views, this is ChatGPT's views. No, I did a literature review. Because now you will put into your report for each of those paragraphs the paper that said that. Perfectly legitimate. It's a proper literature review. And people make policies on literature review and evidence-based policy making. Evidence-based policy, because it's a peer-reviewed paper. So it's all done there. I like it. But I don't like, now I don't like. This is going to go to my results of my literature review, right? So how should this be presented? Anybody? Though you've done literature review, how would you better present this data? Tabular form. So it's doing coding. Those of you who have in the background, it is coding that data into a table form. Give it some time. Huh? No, this Python. Yes. So yeah, the question is, does it work for everything? You can try 3.5, you may not, I'm not sure. It is even decided to give me suggestion and implications. Pretty good. So good advice for me to conduct my research. So I kind of like that. I'm going to copy the table. No, not this one. So where should we put? Yeah. Summary of findings. This may give me some trouble. Okay. Pretty good? Yes? No? So what we have seen is using one platform that allows us to do this. What's the time? What time is lunch? Does any 12? 12:15, eh? So we got about 45 minutes. I'll show you one more platform. Are you okay? First of all, you must be quite familiar with this. So even though you're not paid versions, I'm just telling you how we could synthesize, even for 3.31, 3.5, to synthesize some of the findings from your research, from the literature review, to bring it all together. Previously, you have to read every paper, write notes, and then spend some time. So this kind of cuts down by 70 to 90% the time spent on digesting, interrogating documents to give you the final outcome. So the literature review is an important component in your research into the introduction section. And from this, you may want to then take what I have written now from this and ask it where the gap is. Let's try and see. Identify the gaps in Sri Lanka. That's what we want to find, isn't it? So I'm going to take this first part. So I'll ask, yes. Which one? Where? Oh, that's something else. No, that's my other add-in. That's Copilot. So I use Copilot, the size space. So this is not Copilot of Microsoft. There is size space, which I will show the next platform. It has got a thing called Copilot, which sits and hangs around everywhere you go. And you want to ask a question on that web page, it will answer for you. It's Copilot. It interrogates anything that you're on. So that's not part to worry about. Yes. What do you mean?
Why I choose to pay for these books?
Oh, okay. Yeah, very good. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Um, okay, for recording.
Yeah. Everybody just use this.
Have to be reported. Okay, I think a lot of these questions are valid questions that these are the assets that we actually need, and that's why we have to pay. And why do we have to pay? And oh, thank you.
Okay, so I'm getting a lot of these questions that why pay for these and why does it let us get to this point and then doesn't allow us to pay? Okay, so I was a very ardent user of free apps and I had all of these tips, tricks, which I'm sharing with some of you, how to get the work done without paying. Obviously, it involves a little bit of harder, you have to work harder, you have to be a little more precise, copying here, there are a few extra steps. When I was just testing out all of these generative AI tools, including Claude and GPT-4 and all of those, I was working as an amateur. I was a researcher, but I was still an amateur researcher. The minute I decided to cross the line into becoming a professional researcher, I chose to pay because then it was directly helping me achieve my professional goals. So if you feel that, yes, you appreciate what Illicit, for example, is doing for you, and it will really help you publish more, and that would lead to a raise maybe, or maybe grants, or maybe just generally your boss is happy, so you continuity of your job, for example, then it's worth investing that money. Because just imagine, I could go, or you could go and buy the cheapest possible laptop that's available. You don't really need the battery life. You don't really need it to have a nice screen or a good keyboard, because you just need to use the internet and MS Word. But we choose to spend more because it helps us perform better in whatever way. So just think of this as an extension of your computer, as your in helping your profession as a researcher. So that is the justification that I came up with to pay. Thank you.
And that's important because you're only listening from me. And you say, I'm working in Singapore, I'm a rich man. I'm not a rich man. I give it all away so that my children won't have an inheritance and they won't fight. He's not a rich man. He's a poor man. And a poor man is paying. He doesn't even have a proper salary. He's a research fellow and we're trying to help him. But he is deciding to pay for this. So I can be mad because I earn very well in Singapore. He has got no money. He's got 2 children to feed and a wife to keep alive. But yet he is paying because he works very close. He does all our publication for us. So he works very closely. He has found a reason for it. I go back to what I said earlier on. I mean, I think it's important. I just want to interject a little. Every now and then I'll talk nonsense. So I'm going to talk a little bit of nonsense now because too serious for a while. You can't change what's happening in Sri Lanka. You can only change yourself. How is research going to make a difference? This is AI research workshop, right? Yeah, we're talking about research, yeah. So how is research going to make a difference to Sri Lanka? You will be surprised how what story you tell will impact what person. I'll tell you another story. I run hand surgery manual YouTube channel. From 2008, we have published our big data analysis, how we use. We have more than 2.5 million views, I think about close to 17,000 subscribers. So we analyze the average time spent on watching my video is 1.57 minutes. That's all they spend. So TikTok is right. You want to create education, it should not be more than 90 seconds. Quick video, that's how we remember. But to produce 1 hour, before the days of AI, to produce 1 minute of video took me 1 hour of time. So 10 minutes was 10 hours. And I used to do. I mean, my children grow up, my wife finds this good, keeps me out of her hair, don't irritate her. But then one day she said, why are you wasting all the time? Every day you're sitting here creating video. Who cares, man? You're not even making any money. I said, no need lah. What for you need money and all that? So I was going to say, I give up. This is about 7-8 years ago. I received a comment on one of my videos from a doctor who's a young junior doctor, not a surgeon, works in a village in, I think it's Zimbabwe, Tanzania or Zimbabwe, I cannot remember where, who wrote and said, doctor, I don't know surgery, I know a little bit, I know how to stitch. But this patient came with all, in the 4 fingers, he had a cut. Each finger has got 2 tendons, one to bend this, one to bend this finger, 8 tendons were cut. And I watched your video and I just repaired. I said, sir, I'm so sorry. And then he said, this is 2 months later, he's like that. I said, hey, even I operate, that will only be like that. One patient has benefited from my video. How many didn't write and tell me that they have learned something? After that, I continue doing it. Now not as often, but at least once a month, I'll have one video will come out. Like what I do sometimes, this presentation, I go back and make it into a video and I'll put it up there in short section. So please do the research. So if you're going to take this career, I'm hoping that today, 10% of you, that is 6 people, take this seriously. I know a few of you are going to be serious. Kitchery is very serious. So at least go what? So I need 5 more people to be serious, buy some of this stuff, produce every week, produce 1 paper, 1 article, 1 newspaper article, 1 magazine article, write to the minister, whatever it is, make a change and it will happen. Enough of a distraction before Roshan comes and shouts at me for not finishing. So what I did was, I asked it to do a gap and it did it for every paper, it produced a gap. Pretty interesting, but I'm too lazy. So I said, summarize all the gaps into 3 paragraphs. It has done the gap analysis from the literature. Perfect. Let's go well into the introduction. Because that's what the introduction should have. Introduce your topic, define your topic, find the broader scope in the world, narrow it down to Sri Lanka, find the gap. Your research is to bridge the gap. Beautiful. So I'm going to now irritate it some more. I'm going to go now. I'm rolling. See how I'm addicted to it? So the addiction is because I'm excited. It's getting me answers. Based on this, somebody tell me what is my next sentence. Predict my texting. What am I going to ask it? I've got a broad thing about the topic. I brought it to Sri Lanka. I found papers about Sri Lanka. I've asked it to define the gap, summarize the gap in 3 paragraphs. What comes after the gap? Huh? Sorry? The question. The aim and objective of the study, but which should be condensed into the question, right? So I said, give me a research question. Based on this, give me a research question for a study in Sri Lanka teenage population. Are you ready? Ready or not? Here it comes. So it's given some pretty good 1 question, but I'm not happy with this. I want choice, yes. Yes. So he's right. I said, give me 3 more. So it listens to you very completely. So it's right. I only asked for 1, you got 1. Ask for more, you get more. So it's a pretty good question. Does it make sense, madam? You are the linguist. This question, is it feasible? Is it? You said the competency is not so good, right? But from what little I know, this all sounds pretty reasonable questions. All right. So if I'm going to write my proposal, I can stick with this and say, right, the aims of this study. I'm just going to say based on the first question, first research question. This is just for demo purposes. You need to read it and understand and imbibe it and then keep playing with it. So now you're already finishing your introduction, you know. You've done the literature review, the background of the study, literature review is done, synthesize the findings, and you're coming down to the aim of this study. So this is the aim of the study. You can ask you to summarize it. I'll just stop here for about 2 seconds before we move to the next platform to try. Is it making sense, first of all? Can you see how you could use it, right? Okay, so we will really need to move and to make sure that your paper becomes quite good by 4 o'clock, it has to be finished. Your research proposal must be there very clearly. You're going to go back and rewrite the whole thing. You're going to take the whole, so stick with one of your, so whichever platform you're using, try and stick with that. So if you're using GPT, please stick, or if you're using Gemini, stick with it. Keep it very academic so that you go back. Gemini doesn't remember, but probably I think I will stick to GPT and ask it to then finally write a formal proposal because it's remembering everything you have said. I hope it does in 3.5, but in my case, it will remember. Okay. Question, comments? Fahd, anything to say? Okay. We will go to, what did I want to do? Another platform. Yep. So I'm going to cut the same question we put in Elicit. And we're going to another platform. It's called SciSpace, but the URL is typeset.io. Typeset.io. So it's got very similar, but this one gives you 10 papers. Also, there's a free and an advanced version. So I put in the same prompt from Elicit into this. And it's giving the top 5 papers summary, but it gives 10 papers at the bottom. That means there are 10 full. It summarizes 5 of the papers. I could do the same thing with this. Okay, I could do the same thing with this, which I'm not going to go through it, but you can play with it. And same thing, you can export it as a CSV, as a RIS and all that. So it's very similar with Elicit. But you have only money for 2 made. I would suggest the first made is ChatGPT. The second one you're going to pay for is this one. Between Elicit and SciSpace, there are a little bit more functionalities than SciSpace. In the sense that I'll show you now what are the functionalities. So again, a nice summary, you want to do whatever you want, that's fine. Now, what I want to show here is it has got 2 very useful functions called AI detection. So you can detect what you have written and see how much of this AI. So let's pick up something from here. Let me look at this. I need a good chunk of statements. Okay, it only limits to 500 words. You have to do 500 word by 500 word. So this is where you would work. Now, plagiarism is Grammarly will do a very good job. So you have to pay for Grammarly. I hope most of you are subscribing to Grammarly. It improves your writing skills much, much better. I mean, obviously, those who are linguistic, you don't need. I need a lot of help. Control C, and we go to typeset. This is a previous one I've done yesterday. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to put in this new one. And I said, reanalyze this. So you see, AI detection is to 21%, 25%, a little high. Under 30 is okay. So, and you tell me where this is the area that is, it detects as AI detection. So what I'm going to do, this should be the sum. I'm just going to, same thing. I'm going to paraphrase it. So it's got a paraphraser. So I'm going to put, this is again yesterday's work. So I'm going to clean that. It's got 500 words, Control V. And I'm going to ask it to paraphrase. Ah, shit. Oh, it's partly I've used it for too much. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Place the dot at the end of the car's path. Right, what? It's here, isn't it? Where's the dot? Huh? Here. Oh, okay. Oh. So, okay. Hmm. Okay, there it's here. Okay, so it's re-paraphrased. Now let's take this back, Control C, go back to AI detector and put it in there, Control V, reanalyze. Ooh, it's got higher, moderately human. So I would then rewrite. So this is good for AI detection. Now, having said that, Fahd is gone, but AI detection is not reliable. So some universities have found this to be so unreliable that in all individuals writing who are not, English is not their mother tongue, it will detect as AI detection. But what I'm showing, this is not plagiarism, this is AI detection. So you can then address it by individually paraphrasing each terms to improve your thing. Generally up to 30% is okay. Plagiarism is a different thing. So plagiarism is overcome by citation and trying not to use, and also a bit of paraphrasing. So this is how you overcome that. So plagiarism, you can use Turnitin. Turnitin has got an AI detector, but University of Vanderbilt found so much of errors, they've told universities to no longer use AI detection because it will give you false information. So just changing that few words may improve your paraphrasing. So that's why I like about typeset. And typeset will also, you can upload without just searching, you can upload all your PDF and you can interrogate the PDF. So I'll show you how to interrogate a PDF. So I'll go to my library. So I have my PhD thesis up there because I use it to interrogate I cannot remember everything in my PhD, interrogate it, take it out, put it in another AI and start writing papers and books for my PhD. So I've written 2 books and 3 chapters and 5 papers from that. But let's just look at some random paper. So this is currently AI. It's AI in medical something, whatever. Drivers of social implication in artificial intelligence and adoption in healthcare. So beauty of that, just quickly demo some of the functionalities of it. Let's see. Okay, so I've got this table here. I'm asking it to explain the table to me because I don't understand statistics. So this one Elicit doesn't have. So this one has that ability. So this one has got this AI engine called Copilot, different from Microsoft Copilot. It's beautiful. It has completely helped me to analyze that. So, yes. Huh? Makan, okay. Makan in Malay means food. So you can further ask it, how's the uniqueness, neglect perceived? You can ask some more questions about it. So it's a tool that helps you to than ChatGPT still, but I still would manually check it on the reference through Google Scholar or anything else. Just be careful. Can I just quickly remind you what is expected in the introduction for your proposal? What you're writing today is not an academic paper. You're writing a proposal for a research, and then we're going to end it with a protocol. There's a difference between a proposal and a protocol. You want to start with the broad concepts of your paper that you're writing. You want to find out what is known in the literature through a literature review and synthesis. And just now I did demonstrate you how to find the gap. So you find the gap and take that gap to lead to an aim of your study. And from that aim of the study, you have a research question, or you can have the research question and the aim of the study. It doesn't matter. So these are the subheadings that I expect to see in your introduction. So this then conveniently leads to methodology. So depending on your research question and aims of your study, the methodology will be there. And we're going to write it very quickly. We're going to go from now on, because you have done the most difficult part. You have learned the tools, you've written the question out. Once the question is there, you just put it to ChatGPT 4 or 3.5 and say, based on what you have learned. So keep that history going. So if you have used this in Gemini, stick with Gemini. Otherwise, keep it with ChatGPT, because it remembers what you have asked. Then you say, okay, now, thank you for that introduction. No need to thank it. It's not a human. It's just a bloody machine. No need to be polite. Said, based on this, write me the methodology. Now, that is one way of directly getting it to write the methodology. We're going into the methodology, but I'm just telling you why this is important. The other thing you may have found is during your literature review, you may have found a fantastically good methodology. Copy that methodology, put it into GPT-4, GPT, and say, use this and write a methodology for my research. That's called one-shot prompting. You're giving it one example. But you found 3 papers with 3 good methodology. One is good on the quality, one is good on the quantity. Take all 3 and say, based on this, as 3-shot prompting. I give you 3 shots of example. Based on this and based on what you have helped me write about my proposal, write me a beautiful, no need to say beautiful, write me a methodologies context to my research question. And then you see what you get. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I think we have had 10 minutes ready, but this is what we need to. But during the methodology, you can clean up on you. So I just quickly go through. How did I get here? Macam, don't work lah, don't work. You're back to square one. I just want to quickly kind of like refresh us about size space. So we are familiar with size space. So we know what it does. So we are familiar that it does quite similar with Elicit. So it gives you the summary of the top 5 papers. And we can look at, I just want to show you a little bit extra. So by adding the columns, I've got this TLDR. Too long, I did not read. So that's a summary. This is the insights. I like insights, practical implications. These are topics you may want to include in your review of the literature. So it's creating the table for you. Then I download it. This is you can't do, I can do, see as a file. And you can add more columns if you want. And so here it is, you can even explain the math in the table, right? Size space. So if you have a table of quantitative results, you don't understand it, it can explain. I think I showed that this morning. So this is the beauty. You can ask it to summarize. So this is one of my papers. I uploaded this paper, this was written, and I was going to write something about what we wrote. I asked it to summarize my paper, and it summarized this paper. So this was something that we'd used our volunteer work in Cambodia, we published, and what are the frameworks that one should use. So that was that. And here we even asked what was the method used in this paper. And there it says, we interviewed 12 Cambodian surgeons. It's a qualitative research. So it's pretty good on what it does. So paraphrasing, we went through that just now. And then we paraphrase. And then the AI detection, we went through that. I'm just showing you what it has done. And this is the kind of table it produces. I just wanted to show you. Elicit produced one table. So the insights are here. So we can take all these three insights. This one didn't have any insights on these papers. I got my journal. So this is actually a table for a literature review that you can publish. So you can add more topics if you want, more tables if you want. I mean, more columns. So we did that. We copied all this and asked it to synthesize and generate themes, and it did. Okay, so we have gone through that, how powerful that was. So here's very interesting. I just wanted to show this about some interesting that we got. So we were doing on our UNESCO, our paper, I told you we're doing ethics in AI. We don't want to follow Western ethics because Western ethics doesn't fit us. Because for them, Western people, what was what I say? Autonomy was bigger than social justice. Whereas in Asian economy, Asian value system, social justice overrides autonomy. So we were looking at a paper, so interesting, you know. So I show you. Because it is size space, you can ask questions. And because I have the paid version, I got specific questions pertaining to that, not generic question. So based on that paper, as I'm looking for it, Asian bioethics, it says, how does autonomy relate to breaking bad news in Asian bioethics? It gave me a question to ask it. It is such a nice tool, isn't it? It's telling me what, ask me the question. Examiner asking you, ask me the question, I'll give you the answer. Then you answer it back and I'll give you pass. Wonderful. And it made these court rulings in some Asian country like Malaysia, whether you like it or not, this is the law in Malaysia. You cannot do certain procedure without the spouse consent. You cannot do tubal ligation in a woman in Malaysia if the husband says no. Whether you like it or not, but that's what. So we found that out in where, you know, societal things are more important. So this was the Genie AI that did I show you? I didn't show you all. I showed yesterday's group. This is another soft platform that does very, very high end. This is about, I think, 20 pounds or 20 US a month. This does quite amazing things. Yesterday I demo, but today I don't have time. I just want to show you. So once you upload the PDF, so this uploads size space also, you can upload PDF. You have 10 papers, you can upload, you read across the 10 papers and it does analysis for you. So it's a bit like a RAG chat, retrieval augmented, because it's just focusing on that 10 papers. So this immediately, based on the paper, it has already give you the key points to summarize. So, and I've computed also. Every time you click on one, you get the details of that. So in this paragraph, I clicked it and it created a note. So it kind of automatically creates notes on all the paper. And then I asked it to paraphrase it. It paraphrased that note, right? Because if I put that, chances are I'll get plagiarism or I'll get AI detection. So it helps to paraphrase. So you've got many things. You can do grammar correction. You can even do contrary views. You can ask, it'll give you a counter argument. And then you can take that counter argument, find a citation. So for PhD kind of work, for critical review of the literature, this is marvelous. So this is what we have gone through. These are the various flows. Just now I explained that again. And we did that already. You have done all this. How did you do it? Accelerated, AI accelerated drafting of an introduction for your thing. You have done this. This is the workshop you have done. Now we're going to methodology proper. Any question up to here so far? Comments, question, queries? Shit, I'm going to trip and fall. Better stand still. I cannot stand still. Anybody? No? Okay, we proceed. So the research question leads to the methodology. You cannot go anywhere without the research question. So PhD, like I said, PhD students spend a year and a half thinking of a question. But you have it instantly because you're practicing this on a daily basis. You are in the ground, you are real people with real problems. You're not artificial ivory tower. So the question basically, when you do a research design, there's basically only three. Is it quali? Is it quanti? Is it both? Quali, quanti, mix. Quali, quanti, mix. That's it. So is it data, numbers? Is it text? or both text and numbers. That's it. Methodology is done. Rest of it, you let Mrs. Chatterjee do it for you. So these are the differences between quali and quali. I won't go too much depth. If you're really like those who are doing PhD or masters, then you may want to read Creswell's book to understand all these things. But basically, it's very simple. Quantitative data is empirical research based on direct observation. We want data, we want numbers, and we want to measure that number, and then we use all kinds of statistics to manipulate, analyze it, and make some interpretation. So that is got to do with something that is observational, that is tangible. But we live in a world that is not just, remember the Buddhist philosophy of Maya. Everything is Maya. Does the world exist there, or is it in my head? Actually, the world is in my head. Whether it exists or not, doesn't matter. Even if it exists there, I don't give it a tweet, because how I perceive it is important. I give you a very simple example in healthcare. I transplanted the toe to the hand in a Chinese individual who had from mainland China in Singapore who lost all 4 fingers. So we transplanted 2 toes to the hand. Beautiful. Fantastic. I was so proud of myself. Because he's got, from 1 thumb, he's got 3 digits. I explained to him, a toe will look like a toe, correct? I can't change. A toe will never look like a finger. But he didn't understand. His perception. Came back, I was excited. He was cursing me. He wrote all kinds of profanities on Facebook about me. I got the whole thing wrong. I've done a highly sophisticated operation, cost a lot of money in Singapore, but I didn't understand, perceive what he wanted. So we are not listening to the story. So the qualitative, so I'm very much into qualitative. Because even if the government wants to alleviate poverty by saying, giving you 300 more, but the people don't want $300 more. Ask the people what they want. So recently we did another study with my wife's study, leprosy in Malaysia. And a lot of them didn't know that there's an NGO who would give them 300 ringgit every month the day you are diagnosed with leprosy until you die. So we went to this village, poor people, they are tribal people, they are tribe. And they live in the jungle, they are foragers, he's got a torn shirt and everything, dirty. So I asked him, hey, you got this money? He said, I don't want money. Huh? Don't want money. Who doesn't want money? You all want money. I want a job. So it is wrong if you don't understand this you cannot get by writing survey. You can to a certain extent, but the life story. So qualitative is important. I just distracted. I'm telling you real life stories, right? So this is how qualitative is very important. So quantitative, you are very familiar. So you have a dependent variable, independent variable. You perform an experiment. You have an instrument to measure the outcome. So we talk about a PICO framework this morning. So if this is what you're going to do, so even those of us who are, most of you here are educational, so we're doing educational research, you can do that in a quasi-experiment or experiment. As long as you randomize your sample, then you can. So you get a experimental model to do research. So quantitative research, you have objective measurements. So you must have numbers, right? And you can use that number to predict. We go back to our Gaussian curve, parametric, non-parametric distribution of data, right? The statisticians all will know. I don't know what it is. I just sounds fancy. Then it's a very structured methodology. So that's for reproducibility in general. So that's why when I told you 70% of research cannot be reproduced, is because of methodological error. Because the methodology was not good. And the other reason is because they're all big liars. All researchers are liars. And then we use some statistical methods. But we must understand what P.005. If it is a high stake, it has to be 0.005. The moment you put 0.005, 99% of papers are not valid. So quantitative is very rigorous. And it's based on a hypothesis. So if you're doing a quantitative, you don't have so much of a research question, more of a hypothesis, because this intervention is better than that comparator. So this is how empirical data collection and empirical research, quantitative research is. I think most of you are very familiar with this. So experiment and or observation. So direct observation of how people behave. There's an equivalent to that in qualitative, like ethnography. We'll talk about that later. So qualitative, let me go back. So it's very objective analysis, evidence-based conclusion, and it's a hypothesis testing. So the hypothesis testing, again, P 0.05. So again, depending on your question. So there are questions now, sometimes people asking, was the COVID vaccination the right thing? Right? There's some people, I've got 8 COVID shots because my government tell me I have to do in Singapore. I follow the government and never test. They are very simple. You don't follow, they sack you. So qualitative design is slightly different. So qualitative is what I pursue. I just told you that just because the universe is there, what the reality and the truth doesn't matter. My perception is what matters to me. You agree? So I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I see a serpentine structure behind under my table, coiled up. What do you think it is? Sri Lanka, what is it? Something coiled up under my table. Huh? Snake. My grandfather was stuck by a snake and died in Jaffna. He died from a cobra bite. So, and I have phobia for snake. I did not have second year medical school, parasitology. We had snake dissection. I didn't go. I see picture of snake, I will pass out. So it's talking, I'll tell another story. When I was the surgeon, I was doing general surgery. I had a child who had abdominal intestinal obstruction. So my boss said, you go and operate. I was just a trainee. I opened up. I said, boss, appendix normal. He thought it was appendix. Then he said, what? Oh, I found a lump in the small intestine. He said, cut it and stitch back the intestine. I did. And said, open the cut one and see what's inside. I cut it and he had these round worms, Ascaris lumbricoides. You know, worms. Children have worms. And it formed into a ball. And the thing was wiggling like that. 2 o'clock in the morning in my hand, I collapsed. I fainted. I'm a girl, you know. I cannot stand fainted. My houseman had to close. So perception. So the person thought it was a snake. He had a heart attack and died. The wife came and said, it's a rope. Yesterday's the thing, I just put it under your table. Well, maybe she wanted to kill him, we don't know. All right? So what I perceive is my reality. That is a basic philosophy in life. Your wife thinks you're an idiot because that's what she perceives. You're not an idiot, but she thinks you are an idiot, you're an idiot. So qualitative, that's what it is. Making meaning of what people say. And so in healthcare, we are not doing enough because we think this is the right thing to do. So we don't know. So it's understanding. So the instrument is actually us. So this is where it's very important in qualitative research. When you're collecting data, you cannot influence them. How you speak. So that's why I always watch news journalists, how they interview. A lot of them are bad interviewers. They've got concepts, they have idea. And there's a very interesting interview. We just go and watch on YouTube. The Prime Minister of Haiti was being interviewed by BBC, and he's not a stupid fella. Every first thing, African leaders are all stupid. But actually, they're not stupid. She asked him a question, why are you being so persecutory against opposition to your government and not following Western values? And she said, what is Western values? And what is Eastern value? So the way he answered, because he already hit her, he said, you are already biased. You're coming with your Western values and you are making judgment on me. You're not really interested to know what I feel, what our country needs. So it's a very interesting area. I find it's very useful. So we have various types of qualitative study. So phenomenology, I have some experience in this and this. We have done this thing. So ethnography is very, very interesting. So we studied, I'll just give you an example of qualitative. So leprosy patients, my wife's research, so I was the videographer, I was the Tambi carrying all the bag for her. Sometimes you have to do, otherwise you won't get 3 meals on the table. But while doing the video ethnography, we did a video ethnography of patients. It was just so amazing. Leprosy are the worst curse of mankind. I mean, God has cursed leprosy patients. They're defamed, they are poor, they are stigmatized and ostracized. But we went there, and one of these ladies who has been in a leper colony when she was 6 years old. She's 88. So she spent her whole life in a leper colony. She is got grinning from here to here. So she says she goes and paints. So the thing is, you can't get this in an interview, but you got it on the video. And when you look at the video, she's genuinely happy. And she's talking, as she's talking, somebody's going, hey, hello, I come back tomorrow and pay you. I said, what's she paying you? No, I lent him some money to repair his motorcycle. A poor woman is lending money. She's a great painter. In her free time, she's been learning how to paint. And she said, oh, we have this exhibition. And I said, oh, so did you sell? Oh, yeah, we sold all our paintings. We made a lot of money. So what did you buy with the money? No, I gave it away to charity. When the poor are giving to charity and the rich are not even giving, I learned more in that research. So I was affected by the research. So as a qualitative researcher, you get affected. And it's very important. Fortunately, I was not writing. My wife had to write. You have to bracket this. That means you must say that I was emotionally taken up by this statement and how it affected me. So it affected both of us to the point that we are now working on projects to improve their lifestyle. So we're in a postdoctoral thing, we are going to do something. So qualitative is very, very powerful in that aspect. So these are things you can go and read. I'm not going to go through various types. So phenomenology is very important. It's a lived experience. With somebody with a chronic condition, you have to ask them how they live. How does the family live? So one of the things we found that this guy was a leprosy patient. He and the wife work so hard. He grows rice, the wife grows sugarcane. Then we saw the hardworking people. Wow, this is not bad. They're doing well. Then we went home. We went to the house. They wanted to give us lunch. We didn't want to, but they want. So you have to eat the lunch, which was terrible. But never mind. You have to eat, make them happy. Went to the house. The 23-year-old son who's a paraplegic, who's lying on the ground. The whole family is around him, and he's just watching TV. It's very fat, and the whole family affected. See, unless you see it, that qualitative research, you don't get that data. You see the impact of not just one individual, impact on multiple individuals, and impact on the community. So that's for social science people. So how do you collect data? So we just went through that. For qualitative, quantitative is fairly straightforward. You experiment, you use an instrument, you collect the data, and you do the needful. But in qualitative, it is most likely going to be an interview. You can do qualitative type through survey, which is quantitative. So you can use a quantitative method in a qualitative question by doing a survey where you give them a Likert score on various perceptions. Do you think that poor people should give to rich people money or something like that? You can say yes, no, and all that. So the other thing is we talk about observation, but what is the other way is you can do a focus group. Focus group is quite faster. I mean, you get 5 people who are stakeholders, sit together, interview them and get the data. But I find focus group a little bit difficult to pass because this fellow talking, that fellow talking, and then if the professor is there, nobody else will talk. The boss here don't say anything. So it's not really that accurate, the power dynamics. Sometimes it's better to do individual. So with technology, with Zoom, with Team, you can do somebody far away, do that, transcribe the whole thing straight away. So we'll go into a little bit about transcription in methodology. So once you have, it's sometimes not very structured. So that's what we also found when we're doing this big project. Go back, come back, next day you have to go back again, talk a little bit more, because one, they have to feel comfortable with you. So one of the reasons I was telling my wife that she was successful is she was a local. She could speak the dialect of some of the patients. The bonding was there. So that's why when Westerners come and try and do this kind of research in the local context, the patient's not going to talk. So they cannot be the instrument to collect that data. They may have to use somebody whom the patient will identify. So these are all complicated things, but it is very rich data and data that a lot of us have not looked at. So this is how you do the analysis. So data collection is by talking, by videoing, getting the text document and observation, you describe what you saw. Then you need to code that data. So everything that is said. So he said, I hate working in the paddy fields. So how do you code that? Means dissatisfaction with current, dissatisfaction in agriculture, something. So you have to code it. From the codes, you get, so you do a coding, systematic data coding, you get some themes. He said, so all these 4 quotes that this fellow said generally talks about dissatisfaction with agriculture. So he said, maybe we shouldn't be pushing agriculture in terms of implication. And then from the themes, my battery's up. You review the themes and you get some form of categorization where you can have main themes. So that's called thematic analysis. And then from which you write your report. So it's very, very verbal, but there are some ways you can quantify. So some of the softwares, so we interviewed 50 leprosy patients. So 50 leprosy patients is a big number for qualitative study, a very big number. So when do you stop in quality? Actually, we could have stopped at about 18. So what that's called saturation. Saturation means I'm not finding new information. Everything the same thing. Why have such a big sample size? So that is powering of the study for quantitative. Power of the study. What's the sample size to make sure that it is generalizable. So here saturation, how do you, so generally gut feeling. I think there's no more. But if you use NVivo, it's a software, what it does is takes that there are thousands of statements, from 50 patients, we have thousands of words that they have used. It will show it in a cluster analysis. And looking at the cluster, you see everybody's words have gone into the 8 themes that we kept. So this gives validity that this data and this analysis is correct. So it's called saturation. So there is some quantitative that you can use. So this is the very validity and reliability, trustworthiness. So validity in terms of quantitative studies are fairly straightforward. The methodological rigor, you look at the p-value, all your inferential statistics gives you that validity and reliability. But in qualitative, whether you have amount of neutrality, and sometimes it's impossible to not have an opinion. And that's where they call that in phenomenology, you have to call bracketing. You have to then say, this fellow was doing this, then say, actually, I felt that he was being dominated by his wife. But that's, nobody said that, but that's your opinion. You put it, so when I read your report, I'm going to say, okay, he was biased to a certain extent. And it must be the credibility and transferability. That means, can this, so some of the studies you cannot transfer to others. So we also know our limitation because this is a leper colony. So a leper colony cannot transfer to the normal community. So one of the interpretation of the finding is they live so long because they stayed in the leper community. We found our finding was the first leper colony in the world where the patients are grateful and they want to be there because they can't go back to normal society. So it's not transferable. Huh? So mixed method means use both. It's your chop suey. Put the vegetable, put your thing. So you mix both. So there is a convergent parallel design. That means you collect quantitative data and qualitative data together and compare. Most of the time we do this. We either do an explanatory, that means we do quantitative data collection first, use a survey. We get a broad idea of what the perception is. From there, we follow up that with a qualitative. That means we take all of you here, 60 of you, and say, what do you think of AI research, blah, 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 blah. So we've got 10 questionnaire questions. We got some idea that most of you think I will use it in my practice. Some say it's too expensive. Then I start coming back. I take 10 of you, purposeful sample 10, and do interviews. Why do you think? Actually, I don't mind paying for it, just that I've got a car loan to pay. Once that is paid, I will pay. Then you say there is not because they can't afford it. It's priority. So you learn something more, and then you have the interpretation. Then there's one you can do the qualitative first to get some deep data. That means I do 5 students. Why are they not attending English classes? Then they tell me all kinds of stories. And from that survey, from the deep in-depth interview, I found that one of the main things was because they have no time, they are helping the parents in the paddy field, and they have no time to practice the learned conversation at home. So then you can put up a survey questionnaire based on your finding. And how would you design that questionnaire? Anybody? Say I've got this qualitative data where I found out these big 3 themes. They have no time because they're working in the paddy field. They don't have opportunity, no transport to the school. And number 3, they have no opportunity to practice. Now, I want to design a questionnaire. I want to send it out to the whole teenager population in Sri Lanka. How to design this questionnaire? Anybody done qualitative research before? Yeah. How would you do? You go and get a psychologist and design an instrument. Or you look for an instrument. Excellent. Correct. So that's the correct way of doing it. But we are not using correct way, isn't it? Because we have learned some tricks. So the correct way is, I've come up with some themes. I go back to the literature. Literature got same problem in British Guyana. They did the same thing and they used this instrument which they validated. Cut and paste. Use that. It's a validated instrument. But the moment you said 6 of the questions are good, but another one from Zimbabwe, those 2 questions are good. I want to combine the 2. Once you combine the 2, it's a new instrument. You need to validate that instrument because you cannot use it that way, because the journal will ask you, why did you not validate it? How do you know this worked? Validation not difficult. Just get 30 plus in your school deck. Come here. Here, read it. Does it make sense? Is it good? Does it really ask the question? It's done. Get some experts to add to it. So you do a validation. But that's quite time consuming. See, I need to validate anyway, right? So why don't we ask our friend to write the question? The friend will write the question beautifully. Because you already understand your teams is to help you do the qualitative analysis. So generative AI can help. I think Fahd was doing something and I think he's going to get them to write the question. I mean, get generative AI to write the questions. Then you look at the question, you put the human loop, revise the question, and then validate it with the small pilot. And once your validation Cronbach alpha is more than 0.57, it's a validated questionnaire. Then you administer it and you get a bigger pool of results. And that's a mixed method research. You following me? So everything I'm saying now, I want you at the back of your head to think, how can I use generative AI to make my life easier? Yeah, this is just the various types. So this is for qualitative, how you need to separate yourself from, this is called positionality. I won't go too deep into that. Okay, now is homework time. Write your methodology. Right? So finish off your, if it's, remember our word, satisficing. Don't need to be perfect. As best possible, pump it there, ask it to write the methodology, and ask it to include all these things. So this is actually a prompt. You want, you can copy this, but don't worry. So you're basically asking it to make sure that the methodology has all of this in there. It depends on your question, but you already has worked on it. It already understands. The generative AI already understands what you have been doing. So it should now be able to write your methodology section. So please just make sure data collection, procedure, validation of the instruments used, and the data analysis is included in there. We will work on this for, because actually we are done. Once the methodology is done, we're not going to talk about the results and discussion because this is just research proposal. So after this, you will write your proposal. So I'm going to give you about 45 minutes on this. And then you go and have tea or something. You come back and you write your proposal. Or I'd rather you write it now before tea. After tea, I want all of you to come, or those who volunteer or those who will be volunteered to present their proposal. The proposal has to be registered by tonight midnight. Otherwise, the Prime Minister will be aware of what's happening. Okay? Even as a draft, it doesn't matter. So the reason why I wanted to register with the research register is they're going to help you. They're going to provide. So if you need any help, I'm happy to come on Zoom to provide a research clinic, to do one-on-one, to help you with your project moving forward. They may even be able to find grants for you if it's a good enough proposal to help you conduct your study. And they may even be able to help you to find the journals to get it published. I just realized the gentleman here just was sharing with me, Sci Space you can get for $8 a month if 2 people sign up. So if you're same university lab, so you say, so if one person has to put the credit card and pay the full amount for 2%, then you ask that person to give you half of it back. So it's instead of $12 per month, it's only $8 per month. If you use the team plan for 2 people, it's only $8 per person for 2 people, but you have to pay for the 2 people straight away. So that means somebody leading it has to pay that double amount and ask the other fellow to give you in cash. I mean, I've just found that out. I didn't know because mine is a paid version anyway. Previously, they only have $144, $12 or 0. Okay. So close this. Just click there. Press escape. Okay. Yeah, no. Just go to there and then close it. Yeah. Okay. So you add the column, you want methodology. So at the moment, it's only insights and too long. So go here. You want to look at the methodology, is it? Okay. So click on that. And then go down and there, methodology. Methods used. There, here. Click the one.
Method and methodology is.
Yes, but that's all they have. Yeah. So, but you have to infer from the methods. Yes, I know what you mean, but they don't have like methodology per se. They just put under. So you have to look at the methods and then you have to infer the methodology. Give it time. It's reading. So because it's not pinned, you can just. I don't know whether it's allowed. People say it's not allowing you to copy. Just like copy the whole 10 papers and then do it. Yeah, so it's already filling up. See whether you can just copy the column.
Yes. Subscription.
Yes.
What? The gentleman subscribed, paid for the receipt, but it's not upgraded. So maybe wait a little while for it to.
Should be almost instantaneous. You got a receipt ready, eh? What I would do is shut the computer down and still open again. Because your cookies, what is the cookies are disturbing. It is still remembering that you were the unpaid version. So okay, excellent. We are progressing quite well. But I just want to show a few things. So now you have done them. I hope more or less done. So actually, this one is easy. The first one was difficult, right? The writing the introduction, because you had to get the gap and all that. And that, like I said, that's what a PhD student spends for the first 1.5 to 2 years. You did it in one morning. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. Very good. Now we need to take this and make it into a proposal. There's a certain format. So I will go quickly run through what the proposal should have. Where's the clicker? Go over here. Never mind. We have done all this. This is all data collection and all that. Translation, I won't go into that. You know how to translate, right? You can use Google Word document to translate from English to another language and all that. If you don't know, we can do that. So I just talked about, oh gosh, I just beat myself. You have dialects people, so you have Sinhalese, Tamils, whatever other language, tribal languages. So when you do, just to do, especially for qualitative research, is very, very important, because you are the validity and reliability of the instrument, right? You're the instrument of collecting data. So when you have the participant interview, you can record the narration. But the problem is, if you don't speak that language, you cannot, because he will be smiling, and he's saying something or something, and you just he's smiling, he must be happy. Actually, he's saying he's suffering. So it's an inappropriate effect to the words he is saying. So that's why you have to know that language. Or if you don't know that language, your patient, your research assistant who's collecting the data needs to note it down. So that's why video is quite good. If you do a video interview, but video interviews under ethics is quite difficult, but that's better for you. Then you can sit back, relax in your house with a cup of tea and a nice little kotu on the side. You can then look at it and you can have auto transcription. So there's software to help you transcribe from that language. But I don't know whether Sinhalese has got auto translation, because YouTube will do translation from one language to another. Anyway, then you can match the transcript as you're reading. The guy is saying, I'm suffering, I'm so sad, but he's smiling. There's some disconnect there. So that needs to be noted in your analysis. So you write the transcript. He's saying that he's in severe pain and suffering, but he is smiling. Put query, because that's your memoing and note-taking in qualitative. I'm just telling you. So then you translate from the dialect to your main dialect. So here we were talking, well, this is part of the research I did in Malaysia. He spoke in a local dialect. I understood Malay, then it was translated to Malay. But for my software to do, I needed to be English. So we translated from Malay to the English language. But before we went into the analysis, we had to take the dialect, translate to Malay. We understood it. And then we took that translated transcript of what he said. We need to validate this. So when you write your paper, they said, did you validate your translation? And the way to validate it is not you put it back into the dialect, is to take that and convert it to the dialect and ask this, is this what you said? You following me? The patient, your participant in the survey has to validate your translation, not you validating. You understand that or not? It means he said, I'm happy. You wrote, I'm sad, because in your translation, you got, I'm sad. And then you wrote it down when actually he said he's happy. So each of your transcript, if I'm doing an audit, because it's a significant paper, I will come down as a quality assurance person and show me your transcript. Show me where the patient said that what you transcribed that he agreed to. So what you therefore do is, he said, I'm sad. You, the interpreter and all, you translated, I'm happy. But to validate it, you got to take I'm happy back into Tamil or whatever language. He says that, yes. Yes, that's difficult. So the thing to do is, now technology can transcribe on the spot. Do you believe that? Yeah, so there's a software called Otter.li. So Otter.li is, I think for 60 minutes free and all that, there's some ways of doing it. I use it in my clinic. So I have to write a report. My secretaries are all too lazy to do. So I just write my report. Straight away, within 2 minutes, it's emailed to my computer. I copy it and I put it into my electronic medical record. So there are softwares to help that. So that adds rigor. If you didn't do it, I will challenge you even if there's no translation, just transcription. You have to validate your transcript. Is this what you said? So they will ask you one sentence. All transcripts from the interview were validated by the participants. You have to put that line in. You can lie, but if I came and said, show me where did you validate, you have to have the transcript for that patient typed out, and he agrees, this is what I had said. So that is very, very important. Okay, validation. So same thing with the translation. I won't go too much into that. Google Docs can do it. There's some various, this is from Malay to English. I won't go through that, it's a waste of time. Word document will do it for you from English to thing. But this is the way how to do it. Just go to language, change it, you automatically translate. As I said, I managed to do some translation. Wow, you're behind time. Is it okay? So this is for qualitative. We have gone through all this. So yeah, we're coming to, we now need to write a proposal, because that's your outcome today. If you don't have a proposal, next month's salary is gone. Already confirmed, okay? So you got all the data. It is to rearrange it. So you already made your puttu, you made your spring hoppers, you got your sambal. You need to make it into a nice little bento box package to sell. To sell to who? To your ethics, to sell to Grant, to sell to your boss, sell to me that you passed today's workshop, right? So this is what it is required. So today I want you to, from your writing that you've done so far, create a document with this. Basically, this is your prompt. Correct? This is your prompt. Okay, my friend, Mr. Or Mrs. Chatterjee, or for you, Mr. Chatterjee, with those ladies, I want you to write an introduction that includes the background of the study and a statement of the problem and a research question, and ask you to write. So the literature review, these are the steps that we go through the whole process, but the literature review will now be gone into the introduction section. And then you say, give me the research design, how I will sample, under these headings, write me a proposal. So you give all the headings on this side also. Let me take this out of the way. So if those who do ethics, you notice this is what ethics wants also. So this is the same. So you actually already got your ethics form filling already done. So give all this on the left side. These are some details on the right side that you need to give. However, you put that prompt in and now ask it to write a proposal. So once you've done the proposal, this part, the budget, Gantt chart, but this ethics is important. So depending on your studies, you need to have a statement. So your proposal should have the ethics. The budget and the Gantt chart, not necessary at this stage, but that when you're operationalizing it, that becomes into the protocol. The difference between a proposal and a protocol. Protocol is in depth. I'm not expert, but I would, if you can, do the protocol also. You also want to put this expected result in a proposal. What is the expected result? You should be, so you want to ask it to write that. What are the expected results and the outcomes? What else? Yeah. So the protocol will include, in terms of the details of the participant information sheet, PIS. You have to, how to recruit participants. You may even have to write, so the participant, if you are doing online recruitment, you must draft the email for invitation. All that you got to ask your generative AI to do. So the participant information sheet, I keep thinking of patient, participant information sheet, participant informed consent form, right? You need a consent form because the ethics one I'm going to let you do because you're dealing with human subjects. I assume you're dealing, but those who are doing engineering, no human subject, I don't care. You don't need, but you still need, I don't know. I don't think you need ethics. Yeah, you're playing with a machine, but consent form, that, and the execution. All right. So that's when the Gantt chart and all that will come in. And you also include any software. So in the budget, if you are going to ask for a grant, you have to explain your budget. So you can put in ChatGPT, generative AI, 1 year subscription, because if your study is going to do, so that can be part of the budget. Depends on what your grant is. Some of them will pay for software. So you can put NVivo. If you don't have NVivo for university is about 100 US a year. Very powerful software for, I'm familiar, there are other softwares, QDA and all that. I'm happy with NVivo. I'm trained in NVivo. That's qualitative software. So do all this, does quantitative and qualitative and all that. What's the other thing? So if you're using special instruments, you can buy that, whatever you need. And some for open access, your grant can be used to pay open access journals, article processing charges. Are we okay with that? So I think From now, I want it to be ready by 3:30. So proposal plus or minus protocol. Might as well finish it. If those who are fast, finish a protocol. That is good. The proposal is just up to here. Protocol is all the details of your information thing and all that. And if you are ready, then from 3:30 onwards, we will start presenting. Everybody will present their projects. Is that okay? So if tea is ready, quietly meet the tea, come back here. No need to sit there and gossip. Back on the table and work. I brought my ruler to beat anybody who's gossiping outside. No need to gossip, just come back. Let's finish it nicely, 3:30. Prime Minister is waiting. He's already said 5:30, he's waiting to see the Google form. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to put this one. They are mainly for those who are doing the PhD and all that. This is it's called a research design matrix. It is a summary of your proposal, especially your methodology. So for each research question, so in a PhD, we expect to have 4 or 5 research questions. You have to have this column. What is the theory relevant to that question? But for academic article, not necessary. You don't have to have theory. But for research, for PhD, no theory, no go nowhere. Your methodology, that means what is your data collection method? What is your sampling strategy? Data analysis, validity and reliability strategies, like doing the triangulation or whatever that you're going to do. So validity, like if it's your quantitative, is the instrument, your experiment, you're using a validated instrument to measure the velocity of whatever and all that. So the calibration of the instrument is very important. Ethical consideration, expected outcomes. So the results is not your outcome. The result is just got the result. The outcome is what does it mean? Interpretation. So for those who are doing PhD, the outcomes, I have modified this table. It's not here. It is in my later version. Actually it is, sorry. Potential presentations, conference meetings, and paper. So for usually, like for my PhD, I had 5 publications. So roughly each research question should have a publication. So that's how you should. Otherwise, you're wasting. What's the point of doing a PhD not getting it? But for you, you want to also identify. So you may only have 1 research question, today's proposal. So I need to know where you're going to present it. At the Sri Lanka Association of Mathematics and whatever society, Sri Lanka Teachers Association meeting next year, presentation and publication in the Asia Pacific Journal of Education. So choose your journal. It has to be there. If you don't do it, nothing will happen. What's the implication? The implication of this is going to raise the standards of English level among all teenagers. That is going to help them improve their livelihood. Wow. Government wants to pay you $100,000 US to do the research. The implication is the implication is, so what? Third hair, fourth leg of the mosquito makes no difference to anybody. But knowing the protein structure in the third hair, the fourth leg of the mosquito, I can then just put in 1 extra gram of DDT in the water, all the mosquitoes will die. Maybe that is worth the while knowing. So I want to know what the implication is. What does it make a difference to Sri Lanka? Okay? So this is a research design matrix. I'll leave that on. Let me just see what's after this. So this is the research protocol. Okay, that's it. We're on time. Certainly we are on time. Okay? I'll leave this on. Coffee, back, right. 1 walk, 5-minute walk. We talked about Pomodoro this morning, right? No? Did we? 3-hour work, focus assist. Did I? Oh, yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what. Did we, for those who are newcomers, did we talk about how to be productive? 3-hour slots of working? No? Okay. I have to repeat, right? Maybe you have to say. He's a very productive. Kichri, for those who don't know, I've known him for more than 20 years. No, 2012. He was a young surgical trainee in Sri Lanka. Somehow or other he tracked me, haunted me in LinkedIn, and he spoke to me. He was going to do a research for his master's to become a surgeon. I gave him some ideas. And then since then, he's been harassing me. So when are you coming? Come to Sri Lanka, come to Sri Lanka. So 2013, 14, I came, 14. And we did a surgical skill workshop in Peradeniya University, my first visit to Kandy. And he organized it, how to repair tendons in the hand using a sheep's model, a simulation model in animal. And I've done maximum 50 people. We did 70 plus people at his workshop. He organized the whole thing. I just came and took the glory. Everybody was saying, wow, wonderful. He did all the work. And which proved to us that you could run skill workshops, just giving them he just went to my Dropbox, downloaded all the thing, prepared everything. And I realized I didn't have to come. But I came because the Puttu and the spring hoppers were there. I just went around, oh, very good, very good. I could have done it from Singapore, just on Skype or on Zoom. That time, no Zoom. We were still on Skype. But yeah, so anyway, he has become he did a fellowship in Oxford. He's a highly trained general surgeon with specialty in endocrine. So I know him. I didn't know he was coming. He didn't know I was coming. He never read the bloody brochure, isn't it? My name is there. You should have known, correct? He didn't. We were shocked yesterday when we met. So when we, sorry, I'm coming back. See, I get very badly distracted. No, it's such a pleasure to see him. And he's such an accomplice. I'm really so proud to know him. So how do we, I've written last year and this year about 16 books so far, about 11 already in print. So people asked me how you do it. So we wrote another book, How to Be Efficient, The Efficient Clinician. So multitasking doesn't exist. It's a misnomer. Women think they can multitask. Nonsense. The brain can only do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. We think we are multitasking. We are doing 6 things horribly. Every time you are distracted, it takes 20 minutes to refocus. So Windows has got focus assist. Right bottom corner, click, focus assist. When you put focus assist, put for 3 hours, 180 minutes. That's the time period you need to work. And during the focus assist, no email, nothing will come, no notification. You just work, but you're still allowed to go to the internet, to go and grab things. Phone, silent mode. So what, your mother dies? She's dead. Go to the funeral later. 3 hours work. There's nothing on the phone that is life and death. I am a surgeon. I got life and death, but my senior level, I am not on call. I've got an on-call fellow who will save the fellow's life. So there's no urgency. Within half an hour, I can go to the hospital. So we work, this is based on cognitive neuroscience, 3 hour slots of work. And focus assist is using that. Work with 45-minute intense work, 5-minute break, and then keep doing it until 3 hours. After 3 hours, 20-minute break. In this 20 minutes, you can go and check your email, WhatsApp, and all that. That's how you work. So this is one. This is called a Pomodoro technique. There's no human being who's a great success in the world who woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Waking up for 7 o'clock was sloth for people who are lazy. So Robin Sharma said 5 a.m. club. Mine is 3:30. I won't go into there is a energy and axis basis for it because the sun and the earth and the planet. So 3 hours, 5 a.m. I work 3:30. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. So you suddenly have more time to do work, efficiency, focus, discipline. And this is part of the Eightfold Path. All of you should know the Eightfold Path. You know what the Eightfold Path? Buddha's Eightfold Path, you don't know? Oh my God. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action. Come on, some more. Mindfulness, concentration, effort. Right? Right view. Your view must be right. Okay, I will spend, because you're all majority Buddhists, even in Islam it's the same thing. It's called niyat. In Islam it's called niyat. In Buddhist philosophy it's called right view. You must have a right view. Why are you doing this? You're doing this for one reason only. Let me tell you, not for your promotion, not to satisfy me. You're doing this research, you want to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. Otherwise, don't exist on the planet. You're a waste of time. You're just consuming energy. You should be got rid of. So once your view is right, I tell all my medical students, your here is to save the suffering of all your future patients. Then I'll wake up at 2 o'clock when a patient is crying and go and see. Otherwise, I say, go to hell. I'm not interested. Patient will die. We've had this kind of students, and those I catch them, I kick them out. So you must have the right view, they call it alignment. One, the right view, right intention. View, intention. Second, this is, I've got a YouTube video on this, how to be successful. Corporate world people use it. The intention, what is my intention? It's not for my self-gain. The intention is to make people's life better. That's the implication of the study. That's the intention. Right speech. I cannot do it. Oh, you're so difficult. That's a lousy speech. I can do it. Let's do it together. So we don't understand that the narrative, the words that you use affects your mood. That the mood is a waste of time, but it's a reality. It's a waste of time, but it's a reality. It's a maya created by chemicals. So negative hormone, then once the chemical pushes you down, you cannot do the work. Stay away from toxic people. Get rid of them. And those you cannot get rid because they are members of your family, avoid them. You know, so toxic people are the greatest disruptors. So follow that path, the 5 a.m. club, concentration, effort. Your workplace is important. So now you know my computer screen is very, very important to me. Trying to work on iPhone, young fellows like him, he can work on the iPhone. I can't. I need 36-inch curved monitor because I got 3 tabs. One I've got here is my PDF. I'm reading. ChatGPT is in the middle. My Word document is here. Tap, 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 tap. Small one, how to move? Cannot. Don't use tracker pad. Tracker pad is a waste. Use a mouse. Just now, the gentleman was suffering with his tracker pad. The tracker pad is not precise as compared to a mouse. My wife is like that. I tell her I will switch off the tracker pad. So, Pomodoro technique, staying focused, your equipment, then the software is up to you. Today you have learned. So today you are empowered to be productive and efficient. Did I take the disclaimer this morning that if you get divorced, I'm not responsible? So after today's workshop, you are going to be so productive and so efficient that your life changes. That's why I said life changing. So your family members may suddenly find you not so fun anymore because you're not gossiping in the roadside. You're busy doing something you avoid. And that's, I think that's how it should be. So sometimes you want to spend time with your family members. So wake up at 3 o'clock, get it done. 6:30, have a little talk to your spouse. Okay, go to work. I also go to work. He's happy, you are happy, you carry on with life. Okay? So, why I came to this, now is a 5-minute break time for your 3-hour work slot. So, go have the coffee, walk, come back, and start. Go. If you don't want coffee, you can carry on here.
Proposals in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Well, I want to know this man's view.
So, I said, my boss has asked me to do. So, this is a very personalized care system. We have used this. So it's getting into a conversation with you. I've asked it to be conversational and not just give me didactic answers. So these are things that you did. So it's a personalized GPT. We are now validating whether this is correct. So my colleagues in the psychology department, we have given it 5 standardized mental health problems of students in higher education, and it has given us 5 responses. Now we're taking these responses and adding the human loop to it. So whenever you do, this is the concept of expert review panel. So she's got more than 5 years, she's an expert. So what we do is anything that you do, if you have, you put into a system something and you get a response. Now, this response you need to validate. How do you validate this response? Is normally you take this response and you give it to an expert system. The expert system can be a machine, But in our case, because this is a machine, this is a generative AI, we prompted it, we got this response. Now, I am not an expert in mental health, but I roughly know, I'm a medic, roughly know this makes sense, you know. With how my pressure, have you have a chance to discuss your will? But I mean, all this sounds correct. But I will continue with this whole course. So we continue with the whole course. We got a whole set of response. We gave it to 5 experts. We have not done it because we are awaiting ethics approval for this. So these 5 experts would take that response, and because they are experts, they know how to validate that response. So basically, it's marking an essay. Because this is not words, it's an essay, isn't it? So is it correct? It is psychologically sound. Is it dangerous? Is it helping the student? Does it make sense? Whatever the framework is. So if they, from that response, I will put it as a questionnaire and put Likert score, saying, is this accurate? Is this contextual? Is it safe? And if my combined Cronbach alpha is more than 0.7, this is validated. Now, you know how lazy I am, isn't it? Getting these idiots together, experts are difficult people to catch. Today's busy, his grandmother died, this fella gone, wait 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, also they don't respond. So what do? This is very expert one. So we sent it back to the ChatGPT. So not my ChatGPT, because this one is my special one. I put it back to the original ChatGPT and asked it to mark it according to this and see what score it gave. We did it for another thing, and this is how you do expert validation. This is human. I purposely added this. Second part is GAI. In Chinese, own self do, own self check. It means, how can you be the auditor of your work? Correct, isn't it? If I did the works, the auditor must be an independent third party. Some government organization, they audit their own work, which is not right. So when you do, you can even do recipes, the best recipe for kotu or something, whatever, you know, it does that. So it's your personalized. So I show you one, which it is personalized, but GPT didn't allow me to make it public. All these are public. So public can use this to get mental health. So we are currently, once we validate this, we'll publish it, then we'll include that. So this, you cannot, you can type this into your Google, you'll come to this, but it will not let you use unless you're a paid user. So by getting you to use this and as payment, OpenAI's objective is to pay me eventually. So I'm monetizing on creating my GPTs, personalized GPTs. So there was this, so this one I use every day for my medical report assistant. But this you won't find. It refused to let me publish this because I'm doing very highly selective expert work as an expert witness for the courts on assessing disability among patients with personal accidents. And it says that it's too sensitive to be allowed to be used by the public. So the ethics guide rails within the AI are very, very strong. As I told you before, I think yesterday I said, so today, like I tried to get a picture from Night Express, which is a AI picture generator. And I said I wanted a female South Indian teacher teaching in a village setting using a laptop sitting under a tree with children who are poor sitting around her. So I'm trying to say how generative AI, as a graphic for my presentation, he refused to produce because poor children are ethically not right to be depicted in an image. So fair enough. So yeah, so this is personalized, what my GPT is, only in the paid version. So you can create for many things. So a lot of things I use it for my own. So the auto op notes is, it writes operative notes for orthopedics. I said I'm doing a tendon repair, please write the note. We have to write every operation, we have to write detailed notes, which has to be incorporated into the medical record system. Time bloody consuming. This automatically does. I just put the name, age, which finger, and it's done. The same thing for consent taking. So we have, very important, we have to do informed consent taking. Failure to take informed consent can get sued. So here there is an auto consent assistant. So auto consent assistant will say, like, I'll just show you. I mean, just for consent for thyroid surgery. This is what he does. So it's very specific because his thyroid surgery, if you don't take that consent and the patient has a complication, you end up having to go to court and pay for it. It's for litigation. So these are difficult areas. As surgeon, every day we have to do this. And so we made it easy. And this is available publicly. So, but it's orthopedic, mainly orthopedic. Oh, so it may not come out. It may not come out. Oh, it does actually. So it gives a bit of information about it. It's coming. By right, you should need to orthopedics, but it's because it's a rag. Apart from my database, it found that it's not there. It has gone out to get. So it informs the patient. So this is all for the patient. What is the purpose of the study? The procedure details. You should come up with risk and complication. So if I cut this, print it out, make the patient sign, I'm covered. So the patient came back, bloody hell, I cannot speak now because after your surgery, I told you what. No, you never told me. There, you sign here, so I'm covered. So this is a litigation, especially in Singapore. Then you also have to give alternative treatment, say, apart from surgery. So this is generated without me to think. Normally we speak, but nowadays they want it all signed. So we do this. So this is how I have incorporated generative AI into my daily practice. Okay? Carry on with the work. Just a slight distraction. Satisfied? He insisted I must talk on this, and so okay. I just follow whatever he tells me. Okay, if you all, is anybody ready to present? If you are ready to present, we can start presenting. Yeah. Okay, I show you. We do one now. Very easy. Yes. 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 Their own problem. Actually, I make it look as though it's very difficult. Actually, it's very easy. But I don't want to tell it everything. So at least you still think I'm great. Actually, I'm not great. It does it for you automatically. So this is zero coding application development. You don't need to be a coder. So I don't know whether I got limit. So if I can create one, I can create a what do you want to create? Give me an example. We'll create one now. So these are my GPTs, those that I have created. So I'm going to create a new one. So the first thing he asks is, what is it? What would you like to make? Somebody give me, I'll make one for you now. I can make some money. Anybody? A personalized GPT. What will be a personalized maid? What do you want to do? Clean the garage, wash the car, take the baby for a walk. Not the dog, but the baby. Okay. Daily, okay. But give me something. Daily exercise, there's so many things. I think that's very specific. So what would you like to make? Daily. Sorry, what is that? But he's one more. That was all too very technical. Or daily exercise routine for busy academics writing research papers in a university who travel by car to work every day. So it's going, okay, data set, okay, he's coming up with some things. It takes 5 minutes. So what he's doing is he's collecting all the database, daily exercises, going all over, pulling all together. Fit academic advisor. I like that. It's already come up. The bot is ready. The bot is ready. Okay. So I'm going to say yes. But he's a fitness freak. Myself, no. The only exercise, change the channel on the TV. Very good. Is it? It's okay. You can change it. You can change it, you know. So I'm just going to see now it's creating a profile picture. You can change the picture if you want to, but let it create. I normally let it create. Yeah, it's not too bad. Running shoe and a few books. Makes sense. So just say, like it. Okay. Now it will ask you what kind of language you want to use. So you can see this is actually the prompt. You're creating the personalized settings in ChatGPT. Remember, I showed that early in the morning. So this is what you're doing. Fantastic. Now let's refine the context a bit more. To ensure the advice is as useful as possible, could you tell me more about the type of exercise you think should be emphasized? So I'm going to say, what do you want? Cardio, strength, flexibility, or mixture with minimal equipment, isn't it? I don't want to go gym enough. Minimal equipment or space. So I'm giving it the context. We got no time to go to the gym and buy machines, no time to run in the jungle. See what it says. So you're giving it the guardrails. These are setting the guardrails, you know. So now it should be ready. You see, on the right is already, the emulator is ready. So I said, she asked me, how else can I help the academics? What do you want to say? Give citation and references for the evidence. No, we said, let's say, use encouraging and motivational tone in your response. One of the things did I mention persona prompting? Did I talk about that? No. So sometimes you can ask it, act as the greatest authority on English language on this planet Earth. And from this, give me advice. So it immediately collects all the greatest knowledge on English language, and then that's the database. So this is part of RegChat. So it's collecting the database. So this is what it has done now. So it is still, so it's clearing, it's putting up the systems there. What's the prompt? How should I respond? So it's done it. In all response, is there anything else you'd like to add? No. So now let's just put here. Okay, come. Kitsri, tell me, what's your problem? Give me a situation. What type of exercise you want to do? Give me a scenario. I'm just finished operating or whatever. I'm tired. Okay. Not so exciting. Academic. Let's look at something academic. Let's just give it a. It's a rainy day. Okay, rainy day. I finished 6 hours of teaching. Let's give it some real. I have 30 minutes free before my research. Give me a set of exercises to do. Sounds good. Quick, effective workout to re-energize. I'm sure it should be some squats and all that. Jog in place. Okay, 1 minute. Dynamics there. I was correct. Leg swing, stretch, cardio, 10 minutes. Butt kicks, high knees, jumping jacks. Correct. These are, I mean, I'm not an exercise freak. Kitri, correct or not? Triceps, dips, yeah. Plank is one of them. These are all the, what do you call it? High intensity training. Hit, isn't it? Yeah. So that's pretty good. Then you can ask it to expand. If you don't know anything, you'll do that. So we just created a fitness for academics. So this is all again prompting, which you are now familiar with. But this is only the paid version. The only people, I haven't published this yet. So I'm probably going to delete it because I don't want to waste up. Because I'm conscious of the carbon footprint. I'm conscious about water, electricity. I will delete it. But once you publish it, it will get published, and then anybody in the world can access it. And because they will have to be buy the paid version, so a portion of that should come. That's Sam Altman's. I'm not doing because of that. I'm just doing it for my own productivity and efficiency. Okay, who wants to present? Any other comments, questions? Because we need somebody to come and present. Okay, before I forget, before I get into trouble with Roshan. So this is where you need to present. Please upload it, but I want one or two of you, can you just take a picture and the Padlet, upload your stuff, but you still have to register. So this is the place to register. Sorry, you have to register here, okay? The presentation is the Padlet, but here you need to register. So all of you, tinyurl.com, learn-aw-registry. So this is a QR code, that's the thing. You go to this and register your research. Your name, email, I think there are a few things there, plus the title of your paper. And this is what the Prime Minister will be receiving at 5:30. Okay? So please, because it's also an attendance list. Because he knows that you attended, then you didn't present, that's it. That's when the select, yeah? Oh, presentation, sorry, okay. But I still want 3-4 volunteers to come and showcase their work. Is that a bit off? Can you all reach it? Okay, let me adjust it a bit. So when you do QR codes, also always have a URL also, because some people may not be able to get the QR code, so they can type in and go. Everybody got it? Very important. Your salary next month is dependent on this. So please collect, register your research today. We expect 60 registration research projects today. You also take a picture so that you can always type the URL if you can't. But it's okay, it's the same. It's for academic writing, but we keep the same form because we know what it is from your research project. So yesterday we collected for those who wrote the academic writing workshop. So hopefully by today we should have something like 100 research papers being registered in Sri Lanka. By Friday, we should be 150 to 180. So that is very impressive. The Prime Minister is going to be very happy. I also going to be happy. So when I publish my paper, I got 180 papers from Sri Lanka. That is how good my workshops are, by forcing you to register. So like, as I said yesterday, why am I doing this? It is like getting engaged. If you want to get yourself off the market, wear an engagement ring, then no boy will look for you, because they know you're already taken. So when you go public on registering your research project, I'm going to name and shame you if you don't do it. No, that's not the reason. When you go public is when you will now do it. I want you to do it because it's not so difficult. It can be done. And so at least you are telling your story. The purpose of research. No. So you have to. The Padlet is for you to just upload whatever you have done here for us to have a look. But you need to register. This is just a questionnaire. You done it already. You put your research title. Oh, very good. Oh, you are. You're spoiling the market. No, your static standard so high, the rest of them cannot follow you. You just relax a bit, you know. She's already done it. Oh my God. These are like all the teachers' pets, lah. They do very well. All must be done. Before I even asked, she already done it. Okay, good. So again, okay, I'm trying to be, a bit jovial here and stuff. But seriously, why register is that's the only way you would do it. And always go and look back for a team. If the team members are not here, when you go back on Monday to the office, because I hope most of you will be here till Friday. When you go on Monday to the office, find 2-3 people to help you do the research. And find hungry people. Don't find obese people who have full satiety because they're not interested in doing research. Hungry, lean people who are students, undergraduate, postgraduate. Hey, you want one paper or not? Yeah, come. I got ready. I done all the work. You just help me collect data. So you break up your IMRD to 4 researchers. One fellow do introduction, which is you. You did the research, you did the introduction, you did the question. Methodology, you ask another fellow to go and do, collect data for me. Then you should write a discussion because you are the thing. The results, you ask another fellow, you go and do stat analysis, give me the results. Done. 1 month, the paper is ready for publication. So everybody got this. I'm going to move to the next QR code, the last slide for the evening. Doesn't mean you're leaving. I need to see at least 3 people's proposal before you leave. So this is kind of like a wrap up. This is the feedback. You don't fill this, you won't get your certificate of attendance. All right. And next year, National Day Award, you may receive an award from the Prime Minister. If this and the research goes well, you may get a. Are you ready to present, sir? Why don't you just come and show us? Come, bring your computer to the front. You want to show? Come, bring your computer. No need to be shy. We're all among family members. You ready to show something? 5:30 in your bus. Do you have something to show? No, just show me. No need to be slides. Just show your Word document and then we will critique it, make it better for you. You got 50 review articles, people here. 60 comes. Madam.
That's after the method section that we offer.
It's okay. So you will send the proposal later. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Remember, satisficing. No need to be perfect. Satisfactory and sufficient. There's no signal. There is USB. Pull out. There's no signal. But the USB port. That's all. But is that a mini C port? It is, isn't it? Is there HDMI? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So we have technology people around. Okay, tell us that is coming up. Tell us your topic. Yeah. Okay, good.
But I couldn't exactly. Yeah, the number of participants, but
Why?
it's a,
What? No, you can put your own number,
yeah, I can put your number,
but
my
you must
own
justify.
number. Yeah,
So,
because I am the expert, so I'm planning to
Yes,
use the number as I want.
so that's a simple thing. So when we do, I just interject as we go along. So when you do the quantitative study for survey and all, try and keep at least 30. Because less than 30, difficult to do descriptive or inferential statistics. So minimum sample size 30. For
Yeah.
qualitative is saturation.
Yes.
So usually 12 to 16, you reach saturation. So you can just justify, because at the moment you don't know much, you can put, but you say that 12 to 16 usually, but once I have saturation, I will stop. Just to add something, why we did 50, even though we had my research on leprosy, where we were at saturation at about 16, was because we already called the patients. We didn't want to disappoint them because they were all excited. They wanted to come and tell the story. So you see, we already collected, we just make our study more powerful. Because we use AI to help us with the analysis, it was okay. All right, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. The data collection method actually, because it proposed me to do the follow the mixed method approach. So first going to get an overall understanding about it for the semi-structure interviews, and it's a kind of to collect qualitative data, and from there I can I will be able to do the survey with the students in order to get the broad view of them, and then the document analysis as well, considering the curriculum of those two disciplines.
Can I just stop you there? How are you going to do the document analysis?
Yeah,
After today.
Document analysis.
The document, she's going to take all the curriculum from the various schools and analyze them.
Yes.
So how are you going to do it?
Using thematic analysis, I
Yeah,
can
but
also
how are you going to do that? Tell me what's the instrument?
because I will go through each of the documents.
Why?
No, I mean because some documents are handwritten on other.
Sakina, huh? Yeah, no. But these are documents. She already has the document.
Yes.
She wants to go back to old fashioned. After today,
No, not there. I mean, if there are computerized one, I can use the AI in order to get the things. But there are some one. I mean, not the. For an example, because how students using them, I need to collect some data.
So that's
photos as well.
But when you say document analysis, I already got document. Okay, it may not be digitalized document. It may be a hard copy document. Scan it, digitalize it, and dump it into ChatGPT. Do the analysis for me. Why waste your time, madam? You got other research to do.
No,
you understand? Why can't you do it? No, I'm asking. Is it not possible? I don't know, but I'm just saying.
No. You're correct. Actually, I thought I can do because photographs, something like that. But I have
photographs.
Using NVivo. Yes, I can do that. Is there any software?
Both ChatGPT. So this is called multimodality generative AI. Good point. I'm very glad you brought it up. So pictures was difficult. So you had to then look at the picture, describe the picture, right? And then ask generative AI to do the analysis. Now you don't. So there's a plus button. If you have the paid version, there's a plus button. You upload the image, you ask it to analyze the image and say, what is the sentiment in this photograph? It will do that for you.
That's correct. Actually, I thought there's no way of doing that. That is, but NVivo supports.
Yes. NVivo also images, I don't think it does.
Yeah,
it just takes it, but you have to then describe.
Yeah, I have to. Do the transcribing.
But that's why I'm saying, so even Gemini will do that.
Yeah.
You give it that image, and based on the image, you can ask it to describe this, provide the sentiment that you see, what are the things, so whatever that you're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm just giving as an example. So because she was here at the workshop, and then suddenly she's going back to manual, So the document analysis is a great way to use generative AI because all of them is already in a digitalized format. Sorry, please carry on.
Anyway, thank you very much because that's a new thing I learn a lot, but by uploading photographs also, if
Yes,
that
yes,
GPT support
yes.
that, that's really good.
Yeah.
And the other one is the data collection procedure. It says the how to collect the qualitative and then quantitative and the document analysis as well. And this is the data analysis plan. Qualitative, I mean the data, and I mean the validity and reliability. It says. However, I think the qualitative part we need to discuss here about the trustworthiness.
Yes.
But I try to get it, but I
Okay.
couldn't get it.
I think for the proposal level, at this level,
It's
I'm quite
okay.
happy with this.
Yeah.
Because if it's a PhD thesis, no.
Okay.
Then PhD, we have to go dig into and all that. These are not. We're all here. Nobody is doing a PhD thesis at the moment. So for paper consideration, for writing of a protocol, this is more than enough.
Okay.
Okay. Can
And
we-
the ethical
Yeah.
considerations.
Good.
And also limitations of research and the research list.
So I would have wanted one more.
Yeah.
One, if you could have reproduced the table I gave you, the research design matrix. The last column, what is the implication? So all this is very nice. What does it mean? So for a lay person, because sometimes the ethical committee or the peer review says, I don't know, but why, so what? So what you want to do all this? So the implication is you're going to make them better human beings or whatever. That's the reason you're doing it. So yeah, so that's probably one of the things I
So
would
that matrix we need to include here.
Yes.
Okay.
So the matrix puts it very simply, because the matrix tells me how you're going to make the kuttu. You can talk about a theory, I need to put some flour, I need to cut it, I need to put some chili and all that. But the matrix says, take 10 grams of chili, put it there, take the kuttu, cut it in 2mm slices or what. That is the operationalization of your research. The design matrix is the operationalization. I don't read the whole thing. I look at the design. I know what research you're doing. I know what's the data collection method, what's the data, what's the analysis, what's the implication. And that's what your reviewer is going to look at to give you money, to give you approval. They don't read all this.
Okay.
This is for fun. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. Can I ask you one question?
Yes, please.
You already had the idea when you came in. Okay.
Yes.
What did you have? The exact
Yeah.
question as what you have now?
Yeah, actually, because I'm a science graduated. So then, but now at the moment I am working in the Faculty of Arts. So then I am, working more on, I'm in the STEM integration.
Oh.
But I saw that, in the Faculty of Arts, it is not happening. Not only the Faculty of Arts, most of the faculties, they are trying to teach only that discipline.
Yes.
Not the integrated one. So especially I wanted to see how we can integrate STEAM, science, engineering, mathematics and aesthetic into the teaching of humanities and social sciences.
Okay.
That is bit definitely that will be difficult for me because that's not my discipline. Anyhow, I wanted to exploit and integrated that because that will help to develop
My question, how much of this you had this morning at 8:30?
how much.
Did you have a question ready?
No, it is a simple question
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, using AI tools, now it is specific and now it is very clear for me what to do and how to do, what really I wanted to look at. Yes.
You see, that was a marvelous piece of narrative she said. What is it? I came with a vague idea. I'm going back with a clear idea, and AI has helped me clarify my thoughts. That is what AI is doing. It didn't create the idea. It clarified her, made it sharp, polished it, and now you're ready. Most
And to
universities
be
accept
honest
this
with you, actually, based on the previous one, I already submitted my proposal to the multidisciplinary research. There's a competition, and I haven't got that grant. So next time I will try with this.
Get ready.
But I will now it is more specific
No,
now.
so why you didn't get is no implication.
Yes, that's
So if the implication this is going to make a difference in Sri Lanka, that's why I will say straight away I'll take out money and give. All right. Excellent. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Excellent. Okay. Give a big hand, man. Excellent. Who's next? Come, sir, young man. Before the bus, 5:30. Can you help him put his computer up? Yeah. He's got a 5:30 bus to catch to Jaffna, my hometown, so I have to look after him. We are nepotism and cronyism, I believe in nepotism and cronyism, don't you? You should help your own people. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no, not bad, man.
This is going to be a very boring presentation because
No, it's okay.
this is on computer networks, and this is about traffic classification on software-defined networking. Actually, I didn't have any idea of having a proposal this morning, so I just looked and searched and then came up with this. And software-defined networking is a new paradigm in computer networking. You may have heard about these routers and all. So this is now some sort of new idea which popped up in the minds of some Westerners in separating some of the activities from routers and giving them to some centralized servers all over the globe. Therefore, the network traffic could be generated and guided nicely over the network. So that's a very, very top level technical information. So in that, we wanted to have network traffic. People, whoever access internet and the internet-based services request different kinds of services over the internet, very highly data intense or intensive applications such as streaming on Netflix and others, or maybe from cloud. So classifying traffic and diverting it into different routers could or would or may improve the traffic network performance on the internet. So these are some of the questions that network engineers always try to explore and find the answers. So that was the basic idea for this introduction. So then we spoke about that why this could be an interesting problem to tackle. And then we wanted to say the challenges of real-time traffic classification and then send them to different routers on the internet. So we reviewed some literature. It's not very thorough, but in computer networking is always an aspiring area and many people work. So finding some very good citation within few hours is not a very easy task. Anyhow, we found.
But you did it.
Yeah,
but you did it.
It's not perfect. Yes, we did it.
Satisfying.
Yes, I will try to remember that word and the laugh alone, and then will satisfy myself. And then we found some literature review and how we could do that based on others' work.
Can I just stop you there?
Yes.
So you're going to methodology. Where is your aim?
No.
Right.
Aim.
So the aim must be the last paragraph of your introduction, because you must lead to why I am doing this.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's one. So the gap is not clearly seen. So you should try and put one paragraph on the gap. Right. So just put that aim there, and then you move on to the methodology. That's fine. No, I mean, I'm quite impressed. You came with no idea, and at 4:30 you have already got this aim. Yeah. Okay.
So methodology then we found with the help of AI. How we could generate some new algorithms for this traffic classification, and then to test them, how we could use those algorithms. Different networking algorithms already in practice were presented, and then we also spoke about how we could train the algorithm, because these are based on machine learning approaches. So how different, at least if it is not too technical, these values are found whenever we access our internet, HTTP, and those are different protocols, how the computers talk over the internet. And voice over IP is also one new thing. So I'm not, I suppose I'm not talking too technical. Some of you have already heard about them. So how we could use them and then implement them, and then evaluation, and how really we could do them, in simulation based experiments to check the validity of our algorithms and our proposed methodologies. So we will use, I said we will use the Mininet software, which could be run on virtualized machines. And then we also said the collected data will be analyzed to extract further insights of the approaches. Okay. And this validation methodology was actually, I didn't write, Gen AI gave it, but this is not exactly how we will do that. We will anyway, it also says that we will use some existing work and then we'll validate our work against them and we'll say that. So we will follow that and that's all. Then I also included few bibliography for the work which is presented here.
So what's lacking? I mean, you'll read the methodology. I am not clear. I'm not clear what data you're collecting.
Yes.
I'm not clear how are you collecting the data and how are you analyzing.
Yes.
So however technical it can be, that's why the research design matrix simplifies it. What is the research question? Who is the so yours, I don't know, it's not a population, not a human.
No.
So it's a machine. So tell me which machine. That's your population.
Yes.
So it is the files from a server or,
Yes.
So you have to put that is the data you're going to collect. And then the analysis of the data, you're going to look at which packets and how the traffic is moving in this channel or whatever. I mean,
but it can be a very time consuming activity to collect data real time.
Okay.
But
you're going to do simulation.
Yeah, no, not. People have already done collecting these data as in the form of data sets. So it's available on different websites and different research groups.
That's not clear in there.
Yes, that's why simply it says we will be using data set selection and pre-processing. But this is a very tedious task.
Yes.
You have to download those gigabytes of data and then pre-process, then run them on high performance computers to execute different algorithms.
So is it feasible? Can this study be done?
Yes, can be done.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's the implication of this?
That means...
how is it going to benefit me?
Yes.
Who's an academic doing
not anybody,
surgery?
We can't say this will improve the quality of students or teachers, but this will enable network engineers and policymakers to plan about how they could lay down cables and network designs. Therefore,
that should be in the implication column.
Okay.
Because this may need some funding, isn't it?
Yes.
Exactly. So you need to now write I think it's excellent. You put in, and I think it's good. Feedback like this is what is going to help you to refine your methodology or your proposal to get the funding. And the funding flow is not going to do until you see the implication. If preferably your implication is that it will save Sri Lanka's 2.6 million rupees per month.
Yes.
Immediately government will give you the money. So I'm just saying.
Yes.
So not bad for coming with nothing. You've got something there. It needs a little bit more work.
Yes.
Is those coded citation or just simply cut and paste from the thing?
No.
Under Zotero?
Not in the same order, but they are referred in the paper, in the proposal itself.
No, but is it
not
Zotero?
In the correct order?
Not Zotero.
Because the ones that were initially given by the Gen AI, it's difficult to get the citation of them.
Okay. So that's a homework for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I know it's a short time, but I force you in the short time, at least you have done satisfactory and sufficient. It is ready as a draft to now be worked. Probably if you spend another 2 days, 8 hours a day, 2 days, it's a perfect proposal for a grant application. So I think this is where now you want to go and source your grants to do this, because it looks like but the implication, I think you need to get ChatGPT to write that implication very emotional, and ask it to put some dollar value to it. Yeah. It will do that for you. Okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next? Please, madam. Can help us put into the presentation. Can I say I'm very impressed? I'm very, very impressed at the 2 presentations so far. I will be looking at all the others in the Padlet. But it is excellent. And for those who said it can't be done, tell them, blah, we did it. We did it in Paradenia. A lot of people like Macs, hate Mac. Yeah, it's all rich people. I think there's some people are so used to they use iPhone and Mac.
This research problem was working in my mind. In fact, it's a problem in our faculty. Giving feedback for students for their dummy work before students going to work on patients. They need to prepare cavities on dummies. However, because of the shortage of staff and overburden, the time is limited giving one-to-one feedback. So thinking about to get assistance from AI to give a feedback. In fact, I did the same in tutorial, and I realized that feedback is working. And I did a small presentation also in a conference. So then this is kind of a next stage, going for kind of a tool to give feedback for their cavity preparation. And I have to tell this whole credit goes to ChatGPT because I did minimum changes here. And then so I just went through it. I realized that pretty well introduction and justification is given by ChatGPT for me. And this is the research question. I didn't do any changes actually. This is as it is. An aim of the study. Again, it is same, but I feel that I have to give few more prompts to make it shorter. This is methodology. And for the research tool, so we need to prepare a tool. For that, we need the support from AI developers. So this is what ChatGPT gave me, how to develop the tool. And training and validation, they were given by him. And then the research design, actually this was not in my mind before, to have a pre-test and post-test scenario to study the real outcome. And the number of participants is not indicated, but ChatGPT gave me how to calculate it. Then the data collection instruments, pre-test, post-test, to check the students' background, something like that. And then the data collection procedure. And data analysis plan and validity and reliability measures are given. Ethical approval, just pre-test, post-test. And then the expected outcome. This is again something I'm really surprised to see that much of outcome there. And then I asked him to do the budget for me and in a table format. So it gave me, the problem is that whether I can find funds for this in Sri Lanka. So this is again reference taken from ChatGPT.
Okay, very good. But, okay, excellent. I always have a but. What is, it's verbose, right? It's got a lot of words. And it's verbose, just to speed things up. It's partly because you didn't add your human loop content. You took basically, you can see it's very generalized in its thing. So you need to contextualize it. So each of that paragraph needs to be contextualized to your thing. Important topic, very important topic. If it is pure text-based, yours unfortunately is image-based feedback. Text-based feedback, tomorrow you will create your own chatbot. In 10 minutes, you would have done a text-based feedback for your student. Because that's very important. Feedback is an important component in education, especially in healthcare. So it's a very important tool, but it's going to be expensive. My problem is, but you are in the right audience here. All these clever fellas, all these engineers and all these people. So I roughly know the problem. You're asking somebody to make a jewelry according to certain specification. That's what a filling is. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm going to see, because filling has to be perfect. It has to match. Because the upper teeth, you had a filling wrong, it won't unite. So you need to see a 3D dimension of the creation. So they're going to create an object. So the best way is 3D scanning. So 3D scanning, I'm not sure, guys, technical fellas, can I use my phone to do 3D scanning? Cannot. So you need to get a 3D scanner. But 3D scanner are not that expensive because it's a very small object. You have. Okay, fantastic. So the 3D scanner image can be then sucked in, and she needs support, she needs collaboration. Great project. Doable, I will find the money for you. I think the money can be found. If one of you fellas will help her to do image processing, I will give you that ideal image. She will give you the ideal image. So just do one as a proof of concept study. I'm very excited with this because I don't know whether others have done it. Have you checked whether anybody else have done it? That's your homework. Yeah, that's why I said this is the software and the algorithms are already there. I mean, we use for mammogram, brain tumor, it's all there. You can diagnose and say this is brain tumor. But what I'm doing is you want to do for this particular area. The most important is, but this is not so much. You are just, so when you do inhumanly, when you assess them, you look at their filling, the product they have created, you see everything and you mark them and you give them. So that mark sheet is based on your eyes. So we need now AI's eyes with a 3D scan, and you have to give the perfect answer, the rubric. So we mark essays based on rubrics, correct? So the rubrics is her gold standard. This is how, for these tools, this is the picture of the filling. So once you give it to him, he's a coder, he will then use that image processing and mark it. He'll take the 3D and fit into this model and say this is a 80% fit, 80% mark. And that feedback, then you can put in the words. Nice, good boy, you did very well. You need to work on this. Your top part is not good. The bottom part needs to cut a bit deeper. And that feedback can be generated. So I first thing to do is there one already? So you need to do, because no point getting and starting working on this is somebody already done. Okay.
The haptics actually is automatically.
Yeah.
For the tail, something like that. But our students who the cavities in real thing fitted to a dummy.
Yes.
Things like that. But I think in UK and things I know they use the haptics and then they use the mouse.
Yeah, for those what she's doing is they're making the student do the movement in the hand, everything is captured and see whether it fits. But I think the easier version, so you must also look at the cost of it. You don't want a $1 million tool where teachers take 10 minutes to do it. What if we did, guys, you tell me. So I think this needs more discussion. I want to move on. Actually, I think it's a good project, and you don't have to do, Sri Lanka got no money. You can find money outside. Because I think if we can include what technology fellows have, we can start looking, at least to do a proof of concept paper. Don't do the study first. Proof of concept paper, where you just put your ideas with the help of some tech person, join together, write that paper, you give it to me, I'll try and get funding for it. So from proof of concept, they will give you the money to do the prototype. Then you do a proof of value. The proof of value is both quantitative money value. That means I save my dentist time, wasting time looking at the students. Plus also, it gives better because she's in a rush. And third thing, so is value in terms of money, value in terms of better quality feedback, and the evaluation says make them better dentists. So I think it's a worth project. Thank you very much. Okay, who else? Yes, sir. Come. He is the one who's going to create riots in Sri Lanka. His research, he may be in jail. Very controversial, but I love it. It's a major project. This is a $2 million research. He didn't realize it when he first talked to me. Now he regrets. So, sir is a professor at social sciences in the university. So, it's got a very interesting topic, little bit sensitive, but I'm not sure whether ethics will give him a trouble or not. We'll see. You can start while he's doing, just give a
Thank you
bit
very
of
much.
background.
Thank you very much for your training. So I'm going to use his training in different manner, because in universities we do research just qualitative, quantitative, just like ritual. So, but we don't follow the scientific ways and means. So, I while listening to him, I try to use my understanding and get some answers for the theories of science. That's the highest level of research. So, research is the monks, the Buddhist monks' views on peace proposals. But before that, I did a literature survey. I found a lot of research there. Then I got them into a Word document. So I went through almost all the literature, and I got this table. He helped me to prepare this, and methodology, methods, methodology, findings, all the stuff here. So then after that, I entered into SGBT. It gave a kind of summary to use proper methods, methodology, and epistemology, even ontology. So that helped me a lot. So let me share how I connect them. After studying all the literature, I got a kind of research question. How do diverse viewpoints of Sri Lankan Buddhist monks regarding the nation's peace process correlated with their interpretation of their and so on? So because there are a lot of stakeholders in peace process, different religious leaders, and also maybe forces, NGO, civil society, and so on. Then I narrow down only to the Buddhist monks, because I cannot do a very huge area. I cannot cover the huge area. So I narrowed down it only one group, Buddhist monks' views on peace proposals. Then I did literature survey, then research questions. Then I prepared a methodology. When I prepare methodology, I something wrong. Yeah,
I think it's a black mode. I don't know why.
yeah,
Oh, you have what do you call
yeah.
this?
I wanted to tell you these are the methods that we can use in collecting data. These methods derives from some methodologies. So then I check with ChatGPT what are the methodology. Then I discuss with him phenomenology would be the most appropriate methodology for my research. Theoretical level, interpretivism, then epistemological level, constructivism. So constructivism, interpretivism, then phenomenological research. According to phenomenological research, I selected some methods. I checked with ChatGPT. They are consistent with even theories of science. So that helped a lot. And also, then I try to, I'm planning to collect Buddhist monks' views on Indian facilitation, Japanese facilitation, LTT and human rights, Sri Lanka as one nation, Jatika, their views on Jatika Helaurumaya, perhaps Bodhu Balasena, executive presidency, and also their views on Western actors, Norwegian facilitation, American facilitation, and also these are the peace proposals we have since 1950s. So I will check their views on these peace proposals. So still, I have done rest of the things, timing and so on. So I think all of three presenters already presented those things. I did not collect them into one slide. So if you have any question, I can answer.
Thank you. It's a very interesting problem, but you can see where it's heading. It can cause problems. But it's a very, this is proper research in terms of social problem. So obviously there must be a reason. Why did you choose this topic? You must have a burning question in your head, isn't it?
Yeah,
What is, say it openly, nobody will arrest you.
Yeah.
Say it. I know why he's doing it, but I want him to say it. Please don't go and call the police or something. Why? You have some concerns.
Yeah, because we have a 30-year, we went through 30-year long war, and also still we don't have reconciliation in Sri Lanka. No ethnic harmony in Sri Lanka. So this environment is identified as negative peace. No killing, no blasting bombs, but still we have doubt. We have prejudices each other. So, but we have to achieve positive peace. Positive peace has 10 values. So in order to achieve positive peace, we have to identify the monks are leading figures in Sri Lankan society. They are community leaders, religious leaders. They are at village level. There are more than 35,000 monks. So very effective. So we have to get their involvement. And also we have to identify what's going on with them in order to make real reconciliation in Sri Lankan society. That's
you.
why.
Thank you, sir. So I learned a lot today from all of your presentation, and I see how your problems, and it's just amazing. But this was struck me because this brings to a very important research design. When we do, this is the body of the knowledge in the universe. So you want to do healthcare or social science, this is a small area in social science. In that area, he's finding out small area. So it's a minute but high impact. He hit the nail on a very sensitive topic that I like. That is what you call negative piece.
Yeah.
I know this is a bit digression, but I just pick because I'm a stakeholder. I am a stakeholder because I was born here, right? So as a stakeholder, it took me a long time before I've been here coming regularly since 2011 to say I was born in Sri Lanka. Because all my people who I was engaged with were Sinhalese. I'm a Tamilian. But there was a reluctance to say because there was this uncomfortableness. Because I have people who were affected by the war. I came here in 2008 during the Norwegian peacekeeping to do surgery in Bani on all the bomb victims. So what he is doing is he wanted to just look at the monks, because the monks are very powerful people in Sri Lanka. Go to the airport, you know how powerful they are. There's a chair that only monks can sit. Nowhere in the world except in Sri Lanka. So the power they hold, whether you like it or not, is powerful. They influence on government, they influence on everybody. He has stirred something that needs to be done, but it needs to be done very, very carefully, sensitively, with tremendous impact. So he doesn't have the money. I foresee at least $2 million to this 2-year study. He can start off with that first part. Whether ethics will give you, I'm not sure, because this can be sensitive, is to just ask the perception of the monks on what they feel. This would lead to, I explained to him, it's almost like your proof of concept study first. Then from there, you move to the proof of value. So that small study you do, this is the research question 1. I won't go too much about the perception. So it's very much a qualitative study. Don't do survey, pure qualitative. Ask them, what do you think? War, fire, let them tell the story. Totally phenomenal. Give them a free rein, and from which you do your analysis. And with your analysis, I don't know what will come out. In that analysis, there were certain things will come out. That provides the preliminary evidence to do. Can anybody tell me what kind of a research would you do in this case? There's a big social problem. Socio-political, humanitarian, economic, ethnic problem. Okay? Tamils and Sinhalese. So what kind of framework would you do? You won't do an experiment in it. You can't do experiment. So it has to be some form of where you need to engage everybody. Anybody knows? Social scientists, anybody else? So, no. So, you see, what is important now? It's such a big problem. I think it's a wonderful problem. I love problems. So, it's the comprehensive problem, the unspoken problem. Everybody silently keeping about it. It's time somebody to do this. And I hope he will do it. It involves everybody, isn't it? Just not the monks. Monks are one of the stakeholders. Who does it involve? Involves you, involves the government, involves academics, involves the other religions, involves the victims of the war. We need to talk to the victims, the voice of the victims of the war. So this kind of thing, there are multiple stakeholders. You need to do what is known as participatory action research. So participatory action research is to first identify and articulate and prioritize the problem. This is a problem he is, from his own observations, he's lived here. How old are you, sir? 35, 40?
25.
Sir?
25.
25, sorry. So his grandfather's stories, he's heard. So it's a real world problem, right? We all identify with the real world. But we don't know the problem. We're all guessing. There's not evidence, that's not science. We want evidence. So he will get a little bit of evidence with the research question 1, the perception of the monks on peace process. Be careful, because some of the statements you have made, you're judgmental already. So we are assuming these fellows are not peaceful in spite of taking the oath of the 8 precepts. I know what the 8 precepts, you know 8 precepts, yeah? Kill no one, do no lie, and all that. They're doing some of them they're not doing. I mean, I'm being judgmental here. Okay, I'm not doing the research. He has to remain non-judgmental. Once you get this evaluation, then you do the next phase. This is expensive, long stage. So the phase 1, the pre-phase 1, pre-1 is stakeholder analysis. I'm just teaching you another design paradigm. This is participatory action research, inclusive everybody. Some people call it transdisciplinary research. It cuts across social scientists, it cuts across everybody. Anybody and everybody should be involved. So stakeholder identification or mapping, stakeholder mapping. So we did that just now a little bit, but here we do that scientifically. So who are the stakeholders? Definitely the monks are there, but the Hindu priests also need to be involved. The imams have to be involved because they were also affected. The scientists, the academics, the police, the military, the government, you have to find. So you have to do the search and you map your stakeholders. Once you've done the stakeholder mapping, you take that same question from his concept paper, the first one he did, ask purposefully sample mapping. So there's still again a phenomenological approach, a qualitative study on each of them. That means you take a sample of 3 politicians, 3 Hindu priests, 3 Muslim, whatever it is, up to you. This is all going to take time. Ask them. Then you have a major collective analysis of the lived experience of all the stakeholders. Because when you hear to the voice, things will change. He will then summarize that using ChatGPT, all right? And you go for, this is phase 1. He goes for phase 2. Phase 2 is a stakeholder meeting, and this is where he's going to run into trouble. Based on this summary, he has to now go to the Prime Minister's department. The government in power has to be engaged. They're the principal stakeholder because peace is at stake. So he will then call for a national 2-day conference. I will come. You call for it, I will come and help you. Just carry bag and do the data collection. In the 2-day conference, the first day, we are doing this. I know well because on the May 10th, 11th, we are doing in Malaysia, the ASEAN Summit. Our problem is the introduction of generative AI into education school. Very hot topic, people don't want to do, so we are doing this one. The first day, he will present these findings. All the stakeholders' summary will be presented here. And here we create a list of problems. I may be arrested, man, talking all these things. And on the same day in the afternoon, the list of problems will be prioritized. There will be 101 problems. Not all the problems can be solved. Let's take the top 3 problems. This is it. So we take the 3 problems and bring them back. So in this process, everybody is there. Government, police, all the whole stakeholders are there. They are learning from each other. The fellow stand up and say, yeah, I had this problem. Yeah, you fellows didn't want this. All the fight will go on and there will be people transcribing. Not transcribing, what's the term? Rapporteur. The rapporteurs will be taking all the bits and that will be analyzed on day 1. And here they have to prioritize. So by the afternoon, you give them a ranking. So the 3 top problems will be brought to day 2, second day, for the group to do a solution. So this in transdisciplinary research or participatory action research is co-learning. We learn together. All stakeholders learn from each other, and the next day they co-create. They co-create solution. Government create, the monks create, everybody create the solution. When they create a solution, on the evening of the second day, you create a consensus document. That consensus document, everybody signs. You are the author of the solution, you will execute the solution. If you shove it down them, they won't. This is just my own observation from outside, just using my own critical mind. If the problem makers, I don't want to say who are the problem makers, realize that the stakeholders' views are this, the problem makers themselves would want to have that change to be able to continue. Very powerful research. You don't know what you stepped on, but to me, I think probably this would help a lot. Another country that this needs to be done is in Cambodia. Because I go to Cambodia also. Cambodians haven't recovered from the Khmer Rouge, the Pol Pot regime. It affected many people. Anyway, I hope you get to do this quickly. Won't take too long.
Sure.
3 months. And then
Thank you.
after that, go. Okay. Any question, comments? I think it's excellent. Excellent. I don't think he anticipated that, but it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Because we're going to just kind of wrap up. We've got another 10 minutes or so. Anybody want to make comments today? But has it made? Did it meet your expectation? How many say it did not meet your expectation? Okay. How many say it met your expectation? How many say it exceeded your expectations? Okay. All right. Okay. Anybody with comments? I don't want like positive feedback. Some negative feedback also will be nice. Too long, not enough time to do work. I've cut down short. Last time we talked more. Now I talk less. But even then, also yes. Yeah. Who's organized? Please let them know. So the way to do it is when I'm writing to the camera needs to project here. So use the Zoom on the project, whoever it is, to go through the projector and come up here. Yeah, very good point. Thank you, sir. Because I know it's a very broad thing. Yes. You will get the links. I like to give it beforehand, but some of my organizers don't like because they say that you won't come. You'll take the presentation and run away. And 2, you'll be distracted. But you are such a good audience. I don't know why they think of you like that. You'll be busy looking at the present and not listen to me. How can you not listen to me, man? I'm here. Vaikunthan, the Vishnu, isn't it? Yeah, okay, good point. Yeah, you will get everything. So you'll get the chat board, you will get the presentation the workshop you already have, right? The presentation will be, actually just go to SlideShare, it will be there. I will tonight upload, I'll make some changes and I'll upload. Anything else? Okay, can go home. Children are waiting. Husband and wives are waiting at home. I'll see how many of you coming tomorrow? Oh my God. So I won't do the generative AI. We all know already. So because save 3 days, some of you will be here 3 days in a row, but it's okay. It's a bit of repetition. Tomorrow is for healthcare professionals, how we use it in practice. So not much because already the homework is done. So not much of homework, maybe a little bit on education. The educators may have to produce a quick lecture in 10 minutes or something using AI. So we will do that tomorrow. I would come again. I mean, for those who are here today, who are healthcare professionals coming tomorrow, maybe because research you're done, so I won't touch much on research, maybe a little bit for those who are not here today. I think most are already here. But if you could come with a learning objective, I mean, a subject that you are going to teach, just that subject and what is the learning outcome? I mean, what do you hope to do? And let's quickly run that with generative AI to create a lesson plan, to create some lectures, some videos and all that, and see how quickly it can be done so that you can quickly do teaching and spend your time doing other things like gardening without wasting time spent, because creating lesson plans can be very long. Okay, if there's nothing else to say, thank you very much, everybody. See you tomorrow morning. Okay.